Good evening. My name is Paige Graves. I'm the General Counsel for the MTA, and joining me this evening for this public session is the Chair and CEO, Jano Lieber. To my left is Board Member Lisa Sorin, Deputy Chief Financial Officer Jay Patel, Board Member Sammy Chu. To my right, the Chief External Relations and Policy Officer, John McCarthy, Deputy Chief External Relations and Policy Officer, Juliet Michelson, and Chief Customer Officer, Sharifa Riera. Also joining us via Zoom is Board Member Blanca Lopez and Board Member Dr. John Ross Rizzo. Our hearing officer tonight is Lucille Songhai. I'll turn it over to Lucille.
Good evening and welcome to the Central Business District Tolling Program public hearing. Today is Monday, March 4th, 2024, and the time is 6:06 p.m. My name is Lucille Songhai, and I will be today's hearing officer. This hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on the MTA website and YouTube channel. By attending this virtual hearing and this in-person hearing, you consent to be recorded. Today, we are gathering public comment on the proposed toll rate schedule for the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments are recorded for the submission to the TBTA Board. Responses will not be provided during this hearing. In addition, you will also notice that there is an open house happening directly outside the hearing room. In this space, you will hear information about the project, opportunities to sign up for the project mailing list, as well as MTA staff on hand to talk about MTA projects and reduced fare programs. Feel free to take a look at any point during the session. We will begin with a brief presentation on the proposed toll rate schedule for the Central Business District Tolling Program, and then we will hear from registered speakers. Juliet?
Hi, everybody. I'm Juliet Michelson. It's good to see everyone here. Thanks for making the time to come out here, to stay informed about the program, to share your thoughts with us. Public input has been an important part of this process ever since the law passed in 2019 directing the MTA and our project partners, New York City DOT and New York State DOT, to move forward with this congestion pricing program. What you see on the screen is the list of public hearings and public meetings that the MTA and these project partners had a couple of years ago as we were going through the extensive environmental assessment process that resulted in June 2023 in a declaration from the Federal Highway Administration that congestion pricing would reduce gridlock, would improve regional air quality, and fund capital improvements for transit without adverse effects on the environment. The next step of the process was to convene the Traffic Mobility Review Board to develop and make a recommendation to the MTA Board about the toll structures, the toll rates, and also any discounts and exemptions. The TMRB held 3 public meetings in the summer and fall of last year, and they issued this report detailing their thinking. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive comments on the toll structure, on that proposal. Before we get into the specifics of the toll, I do want to take a moment to talk about the driving principles for the TMRB. Carl Weisbrod said on many occasions that the TMRB wanted a program that benefited the many, not the few. And, all right, so first off, the many being the people who live and work in the city. Everybody benefits from traffic that moves faster. Deliveries that aren't delayed, people who are not late for meetings, ambulances and fire trucks that don't get stuck in gridlock when every second counts. The many are also the transit users, the 85% of commuters who use public transportation to get to work every day. They will benefit from congestion pricing. Whether they're riding a bus or a paratransit vehicle that today is stuck in gridlock, that will be able to move faster, or whether they ride the rails, a system that is in constant need of investment. And for the very small minority of commuters who drive, I'm talking about 143,000 people out of 1.5 million people who work in the CBD. Even for them, the TMRB made it a priority to create a toll structure that benefits the many over the few. What do I mean by that? I mean granting a very limited number of discounts and exemptions, no picking favorites, everyone is treated the same. We've talked about this before. The more exemptions are provided, the higher the toll is for everybody else. Keeping the toll low also helps to avoid more traffic diversions, vehicles choosing to avoid the CBD and instead driving through other communities. The TMRB wanted to avoid that too. Okay, so with that context, here's the toll structure that we are seeking comment on tonight. First, the toll rates. Passenger vehicles and small commercial vehicles, sedans, SUVs, pickup trucks, minivans, paying with E-ZPass would be charged $15 in the peak period and $3.75 at night when there's less congestion. Motorcycles would pay $7.50 during the day and $1.75 at night. Both autos and motorcycles, by the way, would be charged no more than once a day. Trucks and buses would pay a toll of $24 or $36, depending on their size and function, and $6 to $9 at night. And finally, instead of a per-day toll, taxi and FHV customers would be charged a smaller amount for every trip made to, from, within, and through the zone. For app-based for-hire vehicles, that toll would be $2.50 for yellow taxis. Green cabs and black car customers, it would be $1.25. The TMRB and the MTA today are recommending a small reduction in the CBD toll, what we call a crossing credit, to vehicles using E-ZPass and entering directly into the CBD via one of the 4 tolled entries into the zone. The credit is proposed to be up to $5 for passenger vehicles, $2.50 for motorcycles, $12 for small trucks and intercity or chartered buses, and $20 for large trucks and tour buses. Because the CBD toll would be reduced by 75% in the daytime, in the overnight period, no crossing credits would be offered during those times. As for exemptions and discounts, again, the program includes very few. Some exemptions were already set by law, emergency vehicles like ambulances, fire trucks, police, as well as vehicles transporting people with disabilities. Those were exempt in the law. Other exemptions are being proposed by the TMRB and the MTA, namely transit buses and commuter buses, as well as specialized government vehicles like garbage trucks, pavers, snow plowing equipment. And there's also one proposed discount of 50% off the peak period passenger toll for low-income drivers after the first 10 trips in a month. Customers will be able to apply for these discounts and exemptions after the MTA board votes to officially approve the final toll rates. There are other elements to the toll structure that I have not mentioned here, but that are described in fact sheets that can be found outside this hearing room. So the law passed by the New York State Legislature on April 12, 2019, had 2 main goals: to address crippling gridlock. With the toll structure proposed, 100,000 fewer vehicles a day are expected to enter the CBD. Less gridlock means less time wasted sitting in traffic, more economic productivity, faster buses, cleaner air, safer streets. And the second goal was to invest in public transportation. The net revenue from congestion pricing is 100% going to improving transit. It's going to giving more than 20 stations full ADA accessibility. It's going to electrifying 11 bus depots purchasing 250 electric buses, modernizing signals on the BD, FM, and AC lines, which will give 1.6 million riders every day more frequent and reliable service. It's going to finally extending the 2nd Avenue subway into East Harlem. And finally, it's also going to replacing track, upgrading stations, buying new train cars, and many, many other projects that will significantly improve the commutes of the 85% of people who commute to the CBD by public transportation every day. Thank you. Lucille?
There are 286 speakers registered to speak tonight. In fairness to each speaker, comments are limited to 2 minutes. At the 1.5-minute mark, the clock will turn red and there will be an audible beep indicating 30 seconds remaining. All registered speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum and conduct. Rules are posted outside this hearing room and available on mta.info. With the rules of conduct and decorum, the MTA does reserve the right to disallow anyone who violates these rules from speaking or continuing to speak and may remove folks from the premises. For speakers on Zoom, when you are called on, there will be a brief transition on your screen before you will be able to unmute and enable your camera. You will not be able to unmute or enable your camera until it is your turn to speak. In the event we miss your name being called, we will call you again after all other speakers in attendance have been called. If you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and you will receive further instructions. Those joining on Zoom can turn on cart captioning by using the CC button on the bottom of the screen. Sign language interpreters will appear on screen for all attendees. To hear the translated audio, use the interpretation button on the bottom of the screen. Please note that interpretation services will be available this evening until 10 p.m. Turnout tonight is very high, and there may be extended wait times to speak. If you prefer not to wait, please proceed to Conference Room 3 in the back, and there are MTA employees that can help to lead you there, and you can record your comments live in the space. If you prefer to provide your comment in writing, comment cards are also available. Information about other ways to comment can be found on our website and in the chat function on the Zoom. Comments can be submitted through March 11th, 2024. All comments carry the same weight, regardless of how they are submitted. All comments will be shared with the MTA board. Please note, this is the 4th and final hearing on this topic. If you have spoken at a previous hearing, you will be given another speaking opportunity after all other registrants have had a chance to provide their comment. Once again, the purpose of this hearing is to comment on the proposed toll rate schedule for the Central Business District tolling program. The MTA officials present will not be answering questions. They are here to listen. Once you have made your comment, we encourage you, if you're here in the room, to circulate out of the hearing room so others have a chance to come in and take a seat. We will be taking a brief 5-minute break every hour to give everyone the opportunity to stretch and to get some water. So, we will now begin the public comment portion of today's hearing. Our first speaker is Julie. Oh, and before we begin, we have 2 microphones so that if you are in the room, please go to whatever microphone is closest to you. So tonight, for our first speaker, we have Julie Teague, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed tolling schedule for the Central Business District Congestion Pricing Program. My name is Julie Tai. I live and work in the zone, and I'm president of the New York League of Conservation Voters. We strongly support the adoption of the congestion pricing plan as proposed, so we have less traffic, better transit, and reduced pollution. We cannot drive our way out of the climate crisis. Reducing emissions from the transportation sector, which accounts for nearly 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions in the state, is critical to fighting climate change. As the regional population and commerce have grown, so has traffic, gridlock, and pollution. In a 2023 study, New York City ranked worst in traffic congestion in the country. State and city officials, advocates, and stakeholder groups have conducted numerous studies over the last 45 years to determine the most effective way to address congestion, particularly in the most congested area, the Manhattan CBD, and they overwhelmingly pointed to congestion pricing as the most effective tool. Congestion pricing will not only lead to reduced traffic entering the area, it will also result in reductions in congestion and healthier air for the entire region, and is expected to reduce cars by 20% and 80% reduction in truck traffic. Cars and trucks idling in traffic is one of the worst contributors to air pollution. The MTA's public transit system is the lifeblood of the region and is in desperate need of funding to maintain and improve the systems, as well as for the MTA's transition to a 100% electric bus fleet. Congestion pricing is the single biggest piece of the MTA's capital funding plan with $15 billion. This investment means more reliable transit service on buses, subways, and commuter rails. Without congestion pricing, the MTA will be in a more dire financial situation, and New Yorkers will feel left out. Not many policies are adapted where change happens right away, and with congestion pricing on day one, everyone will see a difference. We strongly support the congestion pricing plan as proposed and urge you to say yes to better transit and cleaner air. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers.
Hi, I'm Lisa Daglian, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. I took the train. We support congestion pricing and the tolling proposals put forth. Is it perfect? No. But that's what you're here to do. Listen for reasonable and rational requests for change. We've heard some that might fit the bill and some real doozies. But at the end of the process, we can't let perfect be the enemy of good for the vast majority of us. There will be adjustments over time following open and transparent data review. Congestion pricing is essential to creating a more equitable, affordable, and accessible transit system, city, and region. Over the hundreds of hours of hearings I've participated in, I haven't heard a single opponent explain where the $15 billion for the region's critical transit system would come from if it were just to disappear, or who should pay more if they were exempt. Nor have they given a rational explanation for how to make up the $20 billion that traffic costs the region's economy every year. No one has said why New Jersey should get money for its transit system when they won't even fund it. And no one has offered plausible alternatives for how to move deliveries, buses, and emergency vehicles faster. Actually, Mayor Adams said it best in Albany last month when asked what could be done to improve fire department response times in Midtown. He said, congestion pricing. Congestion pricing is the law. It was created to reduce traffic, improve air quality, and bolster the MTA's capital program. The literal nuts and bolts of the transit network that powers the region's economy and keeps it moving. The cost of further delay is untenable, and there is no plan B. Transparency, open data, and frequent, reliable service will help show the doubters and negative Nellies that congestion pricing will be good for all of us, even them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, followed by Joe Rappaport.
Thank you and good evening. I am New York City Council Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers. I chair the City Council's Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and I represent the 31st Council District, which includes parts of Southeast Queens and the eastern portion of the Rockaway Peninsula. I want to acknowledge Chair Lieber what he said yesterday in his op-ed, that a principal goal of congestion pricing is to improve transportation equity. I recognize that congestion pricing can reduce traffic in the CBD and establish a major new funding stream for transit projects throughout the city. But I also know that tolling stands to impact people living in outer borough neighborhoods, including members of my community, who would prefer not to drive. Many do so because they lack access to reliable, affordable transit. And the change of that won't happen overnight in light of the Department of Transportation only being able to build 5 out of 30 miles of protected bus lanes. So the MTA must work to minimize the impact of tolling on marginalized communities. Failing to center equity will harm vulnerable New Yorkers and communities citywide. Those traveling in the city by car to receive care in the CBD's crucial medical facilities should be exempted from tolling. The CBD contains some of the city's largest and most important hospitals. I also stand with the city taxi and for-hire vehicle drivers and call for the MTA to minimize the impact of tolling on drivers, and I echo the calls of the medallion taxi drivers who seek full exemption from the charge for taxi trips. The money the MTA collects from congestion pricing must be distributed equitably. The MTA should invest in reliability and transit access in outer borough communities underserved by the existing network, especially as it becomes more expensive to drive into Manhattan.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Rappaport, followed by Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas.
Good evening. I'm Joe Rappaport, Executive Director of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. We have 3 major points we want to make this evening. First, we want congestion pricing, and we want it to work. It will bring in billions of dollars to install elevators, to make subway stations accessible to people with disabilities, along with state of good repair projects and system expansion. The elevator projects are of particular importance to my organization and others, since they result from a federal court settlement we made with the MTA that requires you to devote almost 15% of your capital funding over the next 3 decades to make at least 95% of the subway system stations accessible. We also recognize the potential benefits from reduced congestion, of course: faster buses, accessorized and emergency vehicles, less air and noise pollution, and safer streets. Second, no matter what happens, the MTA must fund these accessibility improvements. If the MTA loses in court and can't move forward with congestion pricing, or it's delayed, that will be no excuse for it to back out of its legal commitment to accessibility. It must find the money. Third, congestion pricing must not impose an unreasonable burden on disabled New Yorkers and visitors. We appreciate that the authority already has abandoned its flawed initial proposal for disability exemptions, and the current proposal is much better. However, we have several suggestions for improvements. The MTA must move swiftly toward a person-centered exemption plan rather than a vehicle-centered approach using technology. It should consider ways of allowing more flexibility in its current plan, and it should establish a way to apply for and receive an exemption remotely. We'll be happy to work with you, and other disability groups will be happy to work with you to move those forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Assemblymember Gonzalez Rojas, followed by Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
Good evening. My name is Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, and I'm the Assembly Member for the 34th Assembly District in Queens. I'm also a member of the Assembly Standing Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions, and Environmental Conservation. And I say this because both environmental justice and transit justice are at the heart of congestion pricing. And I want to be completely clear. I unequivocally and fully support congestion pricing. It is the law, and it must be implemented immediately. I say this as a legislator, yes, but I also say this as someone who utilizes our public transit system. I don't own a car to travel into the city, and also as a mom who worries about the earth that we're leaving to our children and our grandchildren. Stockholm, London, and Singapore each saw a 25% reduction in traffic congestion and a 10 to 20% drop in CO2 emissions under their own congestion pricing plans. And as a person with a disability and an advocate for disability community, I've been frustrated for years by the lack of accessibility in our transit system. The billions of dollars that congestion pricing will generate will also fund ADA accessibility improvements, and as I understand it, those projects will get prioritized. Now, I wouldn't be a great representative if I didn't raise the concern that yellow cab drivers, including many of my constituents from my district, would be hit with a third congestion surcharge for yellow cab service. I have been vocal about my concern about this as well and believe that yellow cab drivers should be exempt. But beyond that, I really want to thank Chairman Lieber and the full staff at the MTA, and I look forward to implementing congestion pricing as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, followed by Assemblymember Tony Simone. Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
Sorry, it takes quite a process to get through the unmute. But I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Chairman Lieber, all the board members of the MTA, the senior staff, folks from the Traffic Mobility Review Board. Want to thank you all for your hard work on this. And I'm happy to follow Assemblymember Gonzalez Rojas and want to thank each of the members of the state legislature in Albany who passed congestion pricing and helped to make it the law of the land here in New York State. The MTA deserves credit for a thorough and expansive engagement process over multiple years to solicit input on congestion pricing. And I am very eager to be at the final stages of this community engagement process so that we can finally get congestion pricing implemented in New York City. Our buses and trains, our mass transit system is the lifeblood of our city. Congestion pricing will provide much needed revenue to invest in the accessibility, the affordability, and the reliability of our mass transit system. If we want to reduce congestion and strengthen our economy in the central business district, congestion pricing will help us get it done. If we want to reduce our dependence on cars and trucks and meet our climate goals, congestion pricing will get it done. But most of all, if we want a train system and a bus system that actually meets the needs of every New Yorker, then congestion pricing will help us make the necessary investments. Nobody wants to pay more money to cross into Manhattan or pay more money for anything at all. But the truth is that this is a necessary and worthy investment. When we invest in our mass transit, we strengthen our economy and we build a better New York for all of us. I'm proud to support congestion pricing, and I truly want to thank each and every advocate, MTA worker, legislator, and more who has helped us get us this far. It's time to get congestion pricing implemented in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Assemblymember Tony Simone, followed by Senator Brad Hoylman.
Hi, I'm Assemblymember Tony Simone, and I'm here today to express my strong support for congestion pricing. I represent the 75th Assembly District, which is located almost entirely in the Central Business District. The extreme congestion my constituents face is a detriment to their safety, health, and well-being. They are plagued by high levels of noise, breathe partially high levels of toxic exhaust, and are under constant threat of drivers hurting or killing them with their vehicles. Everybody has spent time there, has been exposed to the hazards to one degree or another. My constituents are highly reliant on access to mass transit. The funds generated from congestion pricing will help modernize our transit system, increasing accessibility and reliability. To not implement congestion pricing would be harmful to the residents, pedestrians, and bikers who suffer the worst effects of congestion. All this being said, I cannot stand to allow this congestion plan to use in-zone residents as a source of funding. Car owners make up less than 20% of the in-zone population, and the expected revenue to be generated from this is negligible compared to the increase in cost of living expenses. I am therefore calling for a 90% discount for residents who live within the zone. This would be similar to the London's model, which has been able to effectively meet its revenue goals. Our current mass transit infrastructure is often inaccessible, leaving vehicles as the sole transportation option for people with disabilities. The plan must implement an exemption for all vehicles transporting people with disabilities. Additionally, The success of congestion pricing will heavily rely on New Yorkers seeing the New York revenue be used effectively. My constituents want to hear how many new trains and buses, how much will service increase, how much cleaner and safer the riders will be. We have to make sure the money raised from congestion pricing is used efficiently and effectively and not wasted. But I urge you to rapidly implement congestion pricing with these exemptions for in-zone residents and people with disabilities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Senator Brad Hoylman, followed by Kevin Lachera.
Greetings from Albany, Chair Lieber, and members of the MTA board. My name is State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel. I represent the west side of Manhattan from Christopher Street in the Village to West 103rd on the Upper West Side. My district includes a large swath of the Central Business District, as well as some of New York City's most heavily used bus and subway lines. As a Manhattanite, I'm among the 80% who walk or use mass transit to get to work. You know, while congestion pricing was originally planned for 2021, the Trump administration, federal red tape, the pandemic, and New Jersey, boy, that's a parade of horribles, caused 3 years of delay. I'm looking forward to finally seeing this program implemented. In the interim, constituents have contacted me begging for faster buses, more accessible stations, and more frequent on-time subway service. The $15 billion generated by congestion pricing for the capital plan will help address some of the glaring issues through elevator construction, upgraded signal technology, new trains, and fewer private automobiles on our streets. And we have to be concerned about flooding and sea rise. Just today, it was reported by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation that sea levels surrounding New York City are expected to rise at least 6 to 9 inches and by 2030, and potentially up to 13 inches in some areas due to climate change. Nevertheless, an effective tolling structure should minimize costs for city residents of limited means. That's why I'm glad CBD residents within less than $60,000 will receive a state credit. And I'm happy that the MTA has unveiled robust exemptions for New Yorkers with disabilities. I hope the MTA continues to study a phase-out exemption for residents who live within the CBD, understanding that every exemption, though, reduces the MTA to meet its goals under the capital plan and will increase tolls for the vast majority of drivers. In the meantime, I look forward to seeing faster transit, cleaner air, safer streets on the west side of Manhattan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Our next speaker is Kevin Lachera, followed by Max McLaughlin.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Kevin Lachera. I'm a fourth-generation Greenpointer, and I'm here to speak in favor of congestion pricing and to urge the MTA to implement it without any further delay. I'm here with over a dozen of my neighbors tonight. Fellow advocates who do this work in North Brooklyn every day and who are here because they understand the stakes. I'm a proud Greenpointer, and being from my community means having a deep understanding of what the consequences are of bad infrastructure. We are home to the largest underground oil spill in North America, multiple federal and state Superfund sites, and of course, the highways, McGinnis Boulevard and the BQE, which cut our community in two. Highways that encourage our neighbors in the suburbs to drive into Manhattan through communities like mine instead of taking public transit. A lot of folks tonight are going to bring up, I'm sure, individual carve-outs, things that they want, ways that this community, ways that traffic affects communities like theirs. But I just want to, I guess, wrap my other half of my comment by saying why I'm here. In May of 2021, there was a local school teacher in our neighborhood, Matthew Jensen, who was hit and killed on McGinnis Boulevard. He was a beloved figure at PS 110, one of our local elementary schools in Eastern Greenpoint, and he was hit and killed crossing the street on the way home from his birthday, his 58th birthday. Since then, the community has fought hard for a comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard. But one of the most important things in our fight for a redesign is noticing and mentioning and bringing up that McGinnis Boulevard is a cut-through between two highways, the BQE and the LIE. It functions as a cut-through. And 30 to 50% of the traffic on McGinnis Boulevard is cut-through traffic. Vehicles that would be using public transportation. Vehicles that might be using another way to get into Manhattan, if not for the existence of cut-through highways like McGinnis, cut-through corridors like Meeker Avenue, highways like the BQE that hopefully this policy of congestion pricing will help begin to address in our city. So please move at all speed Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
Our next speaker is Mac McLaughlin, followed by Jacob Klemmer.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak today. I live in the Lower East Side at the foot of the Williamsburg Bridge, and I would say this is a pretty residential neighborhood in the midst of the central business district. When I go outside for a walk or a bike ride, it is not safe to walk. It is not safe to bike. There are drivers coming into Manhattan going way above the speed limit, ignoring the lights. Oh, thank you. Ignoring the lights, not paying attention to the pedestrians. I think, and I want to say that I very strongly support congestion pricing. I hope that it makes it more enjoyable for me to live in my neighborhood and to bike around, and that I don't have to fear for being killed every day when I go outside. One thing that I wanted to note was I haven't heard very much about possibly using the funds of congestion pricing to fund more bike infrastructure. And I was hoping that if congestion pricing leads to a decrease in traffic and an increase in money, that we're able to use that decrease in traffic and extra space on the road to possibly add more bike lanes in Manhattan to make it safer to bike around. One other thing that I wanted to note on the topic of the taxi pricing is that as a person who doesn't have a car and frequently uses taxis and rideshare, I think that paying a small fee to have a faster ride is reasonable. And especially if that keeps the meter price down from not being in the cab for as long, I think it's ultimately not that big of a problem. And I wanted to mention, though, that in London, they have exemptions for taxis that are wheelchair accessible. And my grandmother is in a wheelchair. I think that would be something to consider, maybe, so that people who can't use wheelchair, if there's a subway station near them that's not accessible, they could still take a cab that is accessible without having to pay the fee. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jacob Klemmer, followed by Nathan Pastor.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jacob. I live in Forest Hills, Queens, and I will be keeping my comments brief. I'm here to support the proposed tolling program as a way to reduce car usage and greenhouse gas emissions while providing much-needed revenue for the subway and bus systems. This type of program has proven to be successful in cities like London and Singapore, and it will be in New York as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathan Pastor, followed by Michelle Pateki.
Hello, my name is Nathan Pastor. I'm a resident of Greenpoint on the Williamsburg border. I'm one of the 85% of people that take mass transit into Manhattan most days. I also bike and drive regularly, and I'm very much looking forward to the benefits of the tolling program. Just a couple specific things. I work right off McDougal Street in the West Village. It's got a painted bike lane and a single lane of traffic. It's very narrow, as a lot of streets there are. And like a lot of streets there's frequently cars parked in the bike lane, cars double parked, blocking up deliveries, blocking up taxis, making bicyclists have to go into the travel lane, which is dangerous. So I'm looking forward to hopefully a reduce in the number of those private vehicles on the road, so it's a more safe environment to be a non-motorized vehicle user or a pedestrian in. I also live near McGinnis Boulevard in Greenpoint, and as Kevin said earlier, a lot of the traffic on that street is people getting off the BQE and trying to get to the Midtown Tunnel or vice versa. So I just think it's really important to highlight that the benefits of the tolling program aren't just going to be in the CBD. We'll feel them all over the boroughs. So yeah, just like to say I support it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Padalecki, followed by David Paul Gerber. Michelle, please begin.
Hi, my name is Michelle Petulitsky, and I own Panorama Tours, a small woman-owned bus company in northern New Jersey. I'm also the vice president of the Greater Northeast Motor Coach Association, as well as on the board of directors for the United Motor Coach Association. The TMRB report references that commuter buses merit an exemption because they serve a public purpose and reduce congestion. I agree, but in addition to that, I want to point out that all buses serve the public and reduce congestion. One bus, regardless of public or private ownership, can take up to 56 cars off of New York City roads and out of the district. The TMRB also states in their report, keep it simple. However, when dealing with buses, their recommendations are inherently complex. Buses are categorized as commuter buses, charter buses, or tour buses, depending on who they're transporting at that time. Each bracket has a different pricing schedule. Determining the fare is contingent on identifying the type of ridership. Globally, every other congestion program recognizes that all buses alleviate congestion. Why complicate it? Additionally, this proposed congestion pricing tool fails to acknowledge the neutral and equitable treatment that private and public busing operations should receive. Riders should not be penalized for choosing private transportation when the ultimate goal is the same, and that's delivering large numbers of people to their destinations most efficiently. Often, private operators are providing the same service as a public operator, but in regions that do not have easy access to public transportation. Even the federal government has long recognized toll parity between private operated buses and public transit, highlighting the essential role that all buses play in mass transportation. In conclusion, I urge the MTA to recognize the essential role that all buses play. Exempting all buses from congestion tolling is not just a matter of fairness, it's a strategic decision to reduce congestion, emissions, and overall improve the efficiency of our transportation network. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Paul Gerber, followed by Brian Lava.
Hello, hi, how you doing?
We can hear you. Please
$15 billion
begin.
that the MTA is going to raise. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay, $15 billion is being raised by the MTA. But how much does it spend when they have the projects? Long Railroad East Side Access, originally accounted for a little bit over $2 billion. Its final cost is $11 billion and 4 years late. Current projects are late. I'm 149th Street Grand Concourse, part of a contract with Tolly for Tremont Avenue ADA accessibility. That's 6 months late, and it looks like a horrible war zone, the station. CBTC on the F line was supposed to be over a year ago. That's late too, and still ongoing. Queens Boulevard, the western section, that's also late as well. It's still not finished, and they just had a communication problem about a couple of days ago too. So this money that you spend, you tell me that you want this money. It's bad enough that fare evasion is costing the city. It's even worse. The MTA mismanages the money. Money thrown away. That's the MTA slogan. They need an outsider. This congestion pricing sounds good on paper. I'm actually for the projects itself, but you guys really need to look at the whole picture, because really, if you want my honest opinion, they could take the congestion pricing and pull down the trash can. It's $15 billion, and part of that money can also be given from the fare evasion that they collect, from the license plate covers that they collect, from everybody collects. You guys need to go out and stop these fare evaders. You guys need to stop sitting at desks listening to people and go against these fare evaders. Try to stop them yourself before you make everyone pay.
Thank you for your comment.
Make sure other people pay.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Brian Lava, followed by Borough President Vanessa Gibson.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lava. I am a self-employed lawyer who lives in the financial district with an office in Queens. And I would like to return to the point that was made by Assemblyman Simone regarding the fact that this proposal is patently unfair to the residents of the Central Business District. Most of the people who I know who live here use their cars for the purposes of exiting the Central Business District. And all this amounts to is a tax on us coming home. The lack of logic in how this is being applied to the residents of the district can be explained by the fact that I live 3 minutes from the Brooklyn Bridge. I exit the business district every night. My car is required because I need to get to court. When I come home, it takes me 3 minutes to get to my garage. Now, you're going to charge me $15 to do that every single night. But on Saturday, I can get in my car and drive laps around the central business district from Nassau Street to 59th Street, from the east side to the west side. And as long as I don't exit the central business district, I'm creating all the congestion you guys are trying to stop. We should not be punished for exiting. And by exiting, we are lessening congestion and then returning home. It is unfair, and it amounts to nothing more than a tax on the people who live here. Therefore, I think we should be looking at the London model, which gives a 90% discount to the residents of the district, because we are not the problem you are trying to solve. Thank you very much. I appreciate being given the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Borough President Vanessa Gibson, followed by Borough President Donovan Richards.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I am Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson, and I will submit my full testimony shortly. But I do thank you for the opportunity this evening, Chair Jano Lieber, the members of the MTA board, for the opportunity to highlight the impacts that congestion pricing will have on the borough of the Bronx. And while the proposed toll structure will certainly have an impact and accomplish many of the desired outcomes, I must acknowledge how this program will affect certain communities in the Bronx. The MTA's own study shows that the Bronx will see an increase in air pollution as vehicles are diverted into our borough, particularly affecting neighborhoods near major highways, even as overall pollution decreases in our city. For decades, we know the Cross Bronx Expressway has been one of the main catalysts for air pollution in the Bronx, poisoning residents and families and causing significant negative health outcomes. Congestion pricing has the potential to make this even more challenging, with the MTA's own study projecting that up to 4,000 additional vehicle trips on the Cross Bronx alone, including 700 additional trucks. The finding of no significant impact released last year proposed several mitigation measures for the Bronx to offset greater pollution, which I acknowledge, more quality monitoring, and in previous discussions with the MTA, I've called for the air quality monitoring sites to be installed at schools adjacent to the major highways. But the Bronx does not need monitoring, we need better outcomes. For congestion pricing to work in the borough, we need a real commitment from the MTA to prioritize upgrading our infrastructure with the revenue. That includes capital work, upgrades to our stations for people with disabilities and mobility issues, addressing more transit in areas that are transit deserts. And I look forward to working with the MTA on this to make sure that the Bronx is protected. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Borough President Donovan Richards, followed by Senator Liz Krueger.
All righty, good evening. Thank you, Chair Lieber, and to the MTA board for all of your work, and I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony about the congestion pricing program's impact on all 2.4 million Queens residents. I am proud to be a supporter of congestion pricing, as I believe it will help us reach a number of important policy goals that would be otherwise difficult or impossible for us to achieve. First, it will help clean up our environment by lowering carbon emissions and improving air quality, two consequences of great impact in the fight against climate change and environmental justice that Queens residents have long experienced. It will also help alleviate traffic congestion and make streets safer by getting more people to use public transportation. And this increase in public transit usage will raise significant revenue for the MTA, which will be used for critical mass transit upgrades. And of course, we will be watching extremely closely to make sure many of those benefits reach Queens. As not only the leader of the borough, but as a Southeast Queens resident, I can tell you such upgrades are desperately needed in Queens, much of which exists in a transit desert with no subway service and limited bus service. All that being said, exemptions to congestion pricing must be provided for frontline workers who can't work remotely, including our police officers, firefighters, EMTs, healthcare workers, and grocery store workers. All of these workers help keep the city running during the COVID-19 pandemic, and their unique roles should be recognized with a full congestion pricing exemption. Also, more must be done to ensure that low-income residents are seeing more upfront during this process as well. We can do things like expand fair fares, for instance. These New Yorkers who are struggling to make ends meet should not have to pay the additional cost of a congestion pricing toll. These exemptions should not come in the form of credits or rebates that come well after the individual was charged. The
Thank you for
MTA
your
should
comments, sir.
I'm going to close out. When it comes to the toll itself, I believe the proposed $15
Thank you
charge.
for your comments, sir. We have to be fair to all people. Thank you. Our next speaker is Senator Liz Krueger, followed by Tal Barzilai. Senator Liz Krueger. We will circle back. Our next speaker is Tal Barzai, followed by Christian Ivan Beard.
Hello, my name is Tal Barzai. I'm a resident of Pleasantville, New York, in Westchester County. I am one of those out-of-commuters who will feel like will be hit the most by congestion pricing. It is not just seen as I do not just view this as a regressive tax on lower incomes, but also as a punishment for those of us who do not have viable alternatives to getting around without driving. I feel that many who support this either do not drive on a regular basis like I do, or can easily afford it on their own income. Also, so because of the lack of viable alternatives, driving becomes better because it makes our commutes better. Another problem is not everyone lives on a 9-to-5 schedule, so it's hard to take a commuter train that travels at sporadic schedules or an express bus that is non-existent at the time. But more importantly, I feel that if the MTA was really about revenue losses, instead of having to resort to constant fare hikes or looking for other revenue sources, why not crack down on the fare evaders and actually punish them who are really causing, instead of making everyone else of us who follows the law foot the bill for what they are not making. I feel like it's the same thing when people steal utilities. They're the thieves, but we pay more just to cover them. And it isn't fair to us. I also feel that I do support but if you really do not want us to drive, make viable alternatives. We should not amend this plan. We should end it. We should not delay it. We should slay it. But the most important part of congestion, it's no small part, is that we should have more thorough audit of the MTA and see where most of the revenues they already have are going before even coming up with anything new. I bet you if we looked at it, they could probably save money. I'm so tired of they keep asking for money. I would like to know where is the money they already have going before even thinking about this.
Thank you. Just please note that public turnout is very high this evening and there may be extended times to speak. If you prefer to provide your comment in writing, there are comment cards available outside this room. In addition, if you prefer not to wait this evening, you can proceed to conference room 3 to record your comment there. All comments will be included in the official record distributed to MTA board members and made available on the MTA website and YouTube channel. Our next speaker is Christian Ivan Beard, followed by Solveig Erstwhile.
Hello. Just want to say thank you to the MTA employees and third-party partners for getting people around, and to the media for keeping people informed. What I wanted to know is it when the thing goes into effect, is it food, rent, and taxes going to be more? And that's all I want to know. I have a neutral stance on it. I'm not for or against it. And another thing is, too, unrelated to this topic, What's the update on Penn Station access, 2nd Avenue Subway, and Interborough Express? I'm curious to know what's the update on those things. That's it. I'm free to go.
Absolutely. So the purpose of this evening is to discuss the Central Business District tolling program. So we can't answer any of those questions, but if you go in the back to our open house, we have MTA staff here that can help to provide some of those answers for you.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Solveig Entwistle, followed by Alexandra Preet.
Thank you. I'm a resident of North Brooklyn. I live near Washington Plaza and LaGuardia Playground. This green space is divided by an on-ramp to the Williamsburg Bridge. Unlike tunnels into the city, the Williamsburg Bridge does not have a toll. How much of the emissions that my neighbors and I breathe is a direct consequence of drivers taking longer routes to avoid tunnels into the city. I support congestion pricing. We have a few fare-free pilots today already. I strongly support increasing that number and the MTA creating more fare-free buses in the Central Business District and surrounding boroughs. Congestion pricing is a law and needs to be implemented. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexandra Preet, followed by John Banzer.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, even though I'm a resident of the zone, I am for congestion pricing, but there has to be an exemption for the residents. I don't think anyone here has to pay a toll to get home. I need to get home. I don't drive in the zone. I take public transportation everywhere, and tax credits really don't help. I cannot use the tax credit at Costco that I know of or at ShopRite. So please consider an exemption. As it has been said here, we are not the cause of the problem, because really, if I don't leave the zone, I could just drive around all day causing congestion. I take the bus everywhere, I take the subway everywhere, and we do need improvements to the infrastructure, but not at the cost of the people who live in the zone, pay taxes in the zone, and are the largest consumers probably of the MTA and of any products that are here. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Banzer, followed by Yefim Verenikov.
Hello, everybody. We're billions of dollars in the hole. Everybody that actually runs this city is currently on their way home. You've priced everybody who actually knows how to build things out of living here. And I'm warning you that there are bigger, dumber versions of me that are not going to tolerate having our data sent across state lines without a permission. As an American with disabilities, we've had a zero response from you guys over the past 34 years. The fact that you took all of us to court to get an extension is completely unacceptable. I don't care if you set all your money on fire. There's no way you're going to come up to compliance fast enough. The moment you guys turn this piece of equipment on is the day we're canceling all the chauffeured drivers, everybody. If we don't have time for 7-day libraries, we definitely don't have money to cart you guys around, or the mayor, or anybody else that comes in this city. I want you each, before you vote on this, to go get a 4x8 sheet of plywood and put it on the train and see how many fingers you have at the end of it and see if the board's okay. Because I don't get to bring in a ton of equipment. I've lost 3/4 of my theaters during the pandemic. My off-Broadway theaters, they're gone. They are gone. They're not coming back, and I can't revive what's left, because now if I, as a disabled person, magically come up with the extra $4,000 to pay these tolls, I'm going to lose my health insurance. From people who are making 6 figures, you are imposing a maximum wage on disabled people, and now you're tracking us? I'm going to take that as an aggressive act. You want to vote to keep people from Nassau County and Suffolk stranded? I am economically disenfranchised from the rest of New York State by pen stroke? You have a right to not enforce stupid laws, and you guys can screw up anything. Mess this up. Do me a favor, okay? I really want you to just kick it back to the legislature and go, nah, this is not going to go well. Because I'm warning you, as a person who swings a hammer for a living when I can, and it's a limited amount of time, I don't have the money. It's not something I can physically do. And you're going to pull me out of my work truck to come and impound my vehicle? Good luck, and have fun with that one. Because everybody else is no longer paying to go to work either. I will not pay to carry my tools around my city. Good night.
Our next speaker is Yefim Verenikov, followed by Curtis Weatherford.
Hello, thanks for giving me the chance to speak today. I'm Yefim Verenikov. I live in North Brooklyn. I cross the BQE every day to visit my girlfriend in Greenpoint. I wish I didn't have to breathe that air every day, but so be it. I support congestion pricing. I'm embarrassed to be here right now. Congestion pricing was started in 2007, proposed in 2007 by Mayor Bloomberg. Here we are 17 years later, still talking about the same thing. Please just get it done. I'm really tired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Curtis Weatherford, followed by Mike Stanton.
Hello, my name is Curtis Weatherford, and since I've lived in New York, I've been both a resident of the Central Business District and an outer borough resident who commutes into the city for work. In both of those capacities, I've seen firsthand the burdens that vehicular traffic can impose on residents and transit users in Manhattan, who make up the vast majority of people who live and work here. When I lived on 44th Street, I remember walking to the subway in the morning and being forced to inhale exhaust from private cars and trucks idling on my street, and thinking about how unfair it was that I had to breathe in very unhealthy air when I, like 85% of other residents, was using the low emissions form of transportation. Just last week, while walking up First Avenue, I passed by an ambulance on its way to NYU Langone Hospital. It was stuck in bumper-to-bumper, unmoving traffic, and I couldn't help but think about the poor person who may have been fighting for their life in that ambulance and their family members terribly worried about them. I was walking towards the hospital that day, and I made it there before the ambulance did. With congestion pricing, that person would have gotten to the hospital faster, and residents like me wouldn't have had to breathe in as much toxic exhaust every day. These examples represent just some of the safety and health burdens that private vehicles from outside and inside the Central Business District impose on those of us who live or commute here using transit. Banning all the outside vehicles would alleviate these burdens, but that wouldn't be quite fair for those who sometimes need to use a car to commute in, and for businesses that benefit from commuters. Congestion pricing is a sensible and rational compromise that forces private drivers to compensate city residents for the burdens they currently impose on us for free. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Stanton, followed by Peter Chawla.
Good evening. I'm Mike Stanton, a resident of White Plains. I currently serve on the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA and the Metro-North Railroad Commuter Council. I'm here to speak in strong support of congestion pricing. I commute from White Plains into Lower Manhattan and do so almost exclusively using Metro-North and the subway. Congestion pricing will improve my commute and the trips of so many other riders around the region. It will add billions of dollars of much-needed upgrades to our trains and buses, including Metro-North, and so many of the MTA's state of good repair, accessibility, resiliency, and other projects depend on congestion pricing. Put simply, doing nothing is not an option and will harm riders and drivers alike. Without investment, service will suffer, more people will get behind the wheel, and traffic will get even worse. The economic well-being of our region depends on Metro-North and the entire MTA system, regardless of how often you use it. The proposed tolling structure is fair, including key exemptions and discounts for low-income frequent drivers and people with disabilities, and a 75% lower toll overnight when transit options are more limited. Congestion pricing will benefit riders on Metro-North and residents around the entire region. We can't afford to further delay these upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Chawla, followed by Camille Fournier.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Peter Chawla. I live in the Upper East Side, and I commute every day into the Central Business District by bicycle. And I really support congestion pricing. I also support it as a former resident of London. I lived there for 10 years while congestion pricing was implemented in London, and saw firsthand the benefits of congestion pricing there to reduce traffic, to make cleaner air, and to make safer streets. So I'm very fully in favor. I wanted to make some comment about the exemptions that are being proposed by many of the speakers. I'd like to say I'd like to see the tolls be set as high as possible and with as few exemptions as possible, preferably none. We need incentives to get people off the road, to have fewer cars on our streets, which can clean our air and make our streets safer. And the more exemptions we have, the worse it is. If there are concerns with equity, those can be addressed with other means through the legislature, and I would encourage the legislators who are here in the office or here in the room to think about ways to address those, whether that's through other kinds of benefits or transfers or tax credits. But we need to keep the incentives in place to reduce vehicles on our street and to make cleaner air and safer streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Camille Fournier, followed by Melissa Siegel.
Hello, my name is Camille Fournier, and I am a resident of the Central Business District. I work in the Central Business District. My husband works in the Central Business District. We have kids who go to school here. We do own a car, and I am very strongly in favor of congestion pricing. It needs to happen. We need to have it done. It is exhausting with the amount of vehicular traffic in New York City. It's disgusting. I completely agree with everyone. It does not feel safe on the streets, and the MTA needs funding. We need to do better. We need to get this program moving. It has been far too long. It's been delayed far too long on the basis of people that don't live here and are making, specious complaints about why we shouldn't have it. I agree that we should not have discounts for residents in the district. I am perfectly happy to pay congestion tolling as much as I need to. Because I think we should have few exceptions. We need this money. We need to discourage vehicular traffic, build more bike lanes, make transit options better for all New Yorkers. This will be better for New York and better for our economy. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melissa Siegel, followed by Erica Burson. Please begin.
Hello. I'd like to congratulate the previous panelists on being able to afford congestion pricing, because not all of us can afford to pay $15 every time we need to get new cars. I've lived in Manhattan on the Upper East Side for more than 30 years. I pay income tax, sales tax, and real estate tax. I've owned a car for 20 years. It afforded me the ability to see my mother when she was ill, and it now affords me to see family and friends outside of the city. It also allows me to purchase groceries at more affordable prices. I don't drive into the CBD. I use mass transit. I am not causing the congestion or the pollution that this program claims to try to offset. There has to be an accommodation for Manhattan residents. I use my car to leave the city every weekend, and this plan will impact my financial ability to do so. If I can't use a free bridge, I'm going to be spending an additional $1,500 a year. You are impacting my ability to spend time with those I love. Do you have a number on the cars driving around the day in the CBD that are Manhattan residents? I suspect that number is incredibly low. TLC plates, Uber and Lyft, are driving congestion. I counted 19 Ubers and one private car one day at one light in Manhattan. Why aren't they paying more than their fair share? And what about fare evasion? On a recent bus ride, I sat in the front seat and counted 10 people who didn't pay in a 20-block ride. That was $30 to be clear. A lot of congestion is also caused by bike lanes, and while I'm a proponent of them, I also hope that this will help fund bike enforcement, but many bikers do not follow the rules. So where is the empathy? Where is the justice? Where is the fairness? How do you take a free bridge like the 59th Street Bridge and make it not free? You're telling us we don't matter, and that's not okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erica Burson, followed by Richard Davis.
Thank you for having me. I'm Erica Burson, a 54-year-old Manhattan native with multiple sclerosis residing on 71st and 2nd. I live with fatigue and extreme heat intolerance and rely on taxis and for-hire vehicles as a result. Congestion pricing threatens my ability to participate in society and burdens those, like me, who already face significant healthcare costs. I'm not debating the merits of congestion, but rather the way our city is implementing a regressive tax on 99% of New Yorkers. Many of us have offered numerous solutions, despite what previous panelists have said. I pay almost $900 per month, plus deductible and copays for insurance, and my MS medicine is $88,000 per year alone. Most Manhattan residents aren't wealthy, yet we endure some of the highest taxes and fees in the country, and now the impending congestion pricing. Elected officials like Nadler, Seawright, Kruger, Levine, and Menon seem unresponsive to our concerns as constituents, and the MTA prioritizes a dubious money grab. In 2022, the MTA's irresponsible spending with 1,100 employees doubling or tripling salaries cost taxpayers $1 billion in overtime. The math doesn't add up for congestion pricing success, especially with increased interest rates since the pandemic. If climate change were the true concern, why not focus on the largest offender of emissions, buildings, and clean energy solutions? The burden falls unfairly on the elderly, disabled, and lower-income residents, contradicting the Americans with Disabilities Act intent. Despite the ADA's 35-year presence, the MTA lags at approximately 20% accessible, with a pledge to achieve 100% from their mouths in August of last year in a city council meeting by 2055, 65 years after the ADA became law. My woman-owned business is happy to offer solutions to find a better way forward. Targeting the 99% with congestion pricing is the wrong approach, causing serious damage and ignoring viable alternatives. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Davis, followed by Elaine Maldonado.
Davis, President of the Transport Workers Union Local 100. I'm here to shed light on the flawed approach the MTA is taking with their congestion pricing plan. It's disheartening to witness the MTA rushing headlong into congestion pricing without considering the ramifications. Instead of diligently improving the system with the funds Governor Hochul provided, they're opting to burden toll payers, effectively shirking their responsibilities. Even our own TW President John Samuelson resigned from the TMR board, indicating a lack of foresight within the MTA's decision-making process. By tolling our own workforce, the essential workers who are the backbone of the city transit system, the MTA is essentially milking the cow before even it's fed. And safety should be the paramount. Yet the MTA is proceeding with congestion pricing without ensuring the public overall safety. Emergency preparedness is crucial, yet imposing additional financial burdens on essential workers during a time of crisis is counterproductive. Before even considering congestion pricing, there must be a comprehensive and reliable public transit system in a place to accommodate increased ridership. Rushing into this without adequate alternatives for commuters could disproportionately impact certain communities. And that's because you're not increasing the service while adding the money. We need more transit service to persuade more New Yorkers to use the system. That's the bottom line. I urge the MTA to reassess their priorities and focus on fulfilling their obligations with the resource they currently have. We need a safer, including flexibility in pricing for essential transit workers when coming to work. And again, safety is paramount. You have to make the system safe and also increase the ridership, increase the bus and subway service to the public, which you're not doing.
Our next speaker is Elaine Maldonado, followed by Joel Chapman.
Okay, well, I can't seem to put my video on, but I'm one of the 15% of the people. Here we go. I'm getting a. Oh, there I am. I'm one of the 15% of the people in all of Manhattan who live midtown and own a car. As the other speakers have said, we don't drive around midtown all day. We use the car to get out of the city. I sincerely hope that we have a civil liberty lawyer attending these sessions. I would look forward to a class action discrimination suit against the city and the MTA for selectively discriminating against one group of people, those with the misfortune of living below 60th Street, and for not providing this group the full exemption to which they are clearly entitled. I heard the MTA defend charging those who choose to enter the business district for work, school, shopping, appointments, etc. Residents below 60th Street don't choose to enter the district. We live here, and if we dare to go out of the district, We need to pay money just to drive back home. I suspect singling out this one group is legally questionable. Other Americans have the right to use a car in a family emergency, to bring a sick child home from school, or to put their own car in their own garage without being forced to pay the government money for that privilege. Business district residents are being denied the basic civil rights other Americans enjoy. Is this some kind of poll tax just to come home? Last note, this is the only public program I know that is so mean-spirited, it doesn't give seniors a reduction in price. Anyone with decency knows how hard it can be for the elderly to travel 100% of the time on public transportation, let alone bicycles. Shame on you, MTA, and shame on the city of New York for this blatant disregard of some of your citizens. Just as the final PS, I have lived in the city of New York for 50
Thank you
years.
for your comment.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Joel Chapman.
I'm a disabled transit taker and a power wheelchair user. First, I'd like to state a few things I'm not trying to say by showing up today. I'm not here to say that congestion pricing is a perfect system. I'm not here to say that the problems being voiced in opposition are invalid. I'm not here to say that anybody speaking before or after me is categorically wrong. I am here to speak in strong support of congestion pricing as a necessary and long past due driver of accessibility updates that will benefit disabled and non-disabled transit users alike. Here are 3 things that I believe. I believe that accessibility benefits everyone. I believe that a better transit system makes a stronger, more equitable city. And I believe that New York City is behind the rest of the world in its accessibility. I'm tired of traveling 1.5 miles to the nearest subway stop while my friends can walk 2 blocks to theirs. I'm tired of no elevators. I'm tired of broken elevators. I'm tired of getting stuck on the platform. I'm tired of feeling late and in the way and cast aside. I'm tired of being an afterthought. 26% of the MTA is accessible. It's a number that puts a stain on New York City. We are finally seeing actions from the MTA that tells disabled people that we do matter. Directly from congestion pricing, $15 billion over the next 5 years will go to accessibility upgrades to fix these problems. This is vital. Every day that we don't pass congestion pricing is another day that New York remains unfriendly to disabled people. This is urgent and 30 years late, but I believe in New York. I believe in the everyday people that make the city run. I believe that finally we have a possibility of creating a city that disabled people don't have to move out of to be happy. I believe that this current administration not only listens to voices of dissent, but changes their plans because of them. I've watched them do it. I believe that this opportunity will not always be here. And I believe I'm out of time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We have now reached an hour of public comment. We'll take a 5-minute break. Members of the public are encouraged to visit the information tables outside the hearing room. And if you're registered to speak but would prefer not to wait, please see a staff member for assistance in conference room 3. You may record your comments or submit a written comment. Thank you. Testing. Now, please take your seat. We have a lot of speakers tonight. We want to give everyone the opportunity to be heard. Everyone, please take your seat. Our next speaker will be Lori Davis, followed by Kelly Shortridge. Lori.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. You can begin.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say I thank you for letting us speak, but I really believe all of us who have issues, I think it's a moot point at this point. I also live on the Upper East Side. I work downtown sometimes. I work up in Westchester. My dog actually goes to a daycare on 54th. I pick her up every night that I'm not working from home. I have no other way of getting her. You can't go on the subway with her. You can't go on a bus. My sitter takes her in the morning and pays an Uber pet fee. Not only it's the people who are in the district, but it's any New Yorker. Never has anything ever been said about any New Yorker. I also go to Jersey every other weekend, and if there's something going on the GW Bridge, like other people have said, I'm being charged to come home. I don't drive during the day. I literally come from either Westchester when I have to 54th Street. I put the dog in the car and I go home. So there has to be, for people who live in New York, not just in the district, a way that we can be lived. Today there was an article that half the people of New York, with a third city, the highest city, that more than 0.5% of our rent, of our salary goes to rent. I also agree, good for you, the woman who can afford $15. I can't. I do believe, I hope somehow that you do take into consideration any person who does live in New York. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelly Shortridge, followed by Anonymous 1.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Thank you. I live and work in the Central Business District. I have multiple disabilities. I fully support congestion pricing as a start to improving the current situation. I actually frequently consider leaving the city due to factors that ultimately come down to vehicles, whether that's noise pollution, air pollution, and also safety. Leaving the city every weekend is a privilege. Breathing is a fundamental necessity, and currently all of us are breathing very unclean air. It's unfair and unjust to impose hazardous conditions on those of us with disabilities. We shouldn't also let perfect be the enemy of better. Also, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's noticed that cars are driving much more dangerously. That includes government officials, that includes residents as well. I've noticed that most cars and trucks are disobeying obvious signs. They have fake placards, they have fake plates. Enforcement is terrible right now. And if you try to bike, cars are not very friendly to that. So again, I think not only do I want congestion pricing, but I want to implement even more incentives to discourage vehicular traffic, like banning street parking in the Central Business District on residential streets and aggressively increasing enforcement of vehicular violations. And again, that includes government employees who violate the rules too. They shouldn't be exempt. They should take part in our public transit if they're meant to serve us as the people, and especially the police. They should use city services and should not get special privileges at the expense of the rest of us. So to be clear, police should not get exemptions here. Cities should belong to the people. It should be safe and healthy for all people. And the more we can do to reduce dependence on cars, the better off we'll be across so many factors. And we can and should use the money raised by disincentivizing cars to fund better public transit, especially and specifically for marginalized communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anonymous 1, followed by Adrian Gonzalez. Anonymous 1 is first, and then Adrian Gonzalez. Please take a seat, sir, and we'll make sure that we follow up.
While we're waiting for the speaker to come up, I just wanted to make a quick point. Several people have mentioned disabilities, and I want to point out that there is an exemption for people who have disabilities. There's information in the hallway for people who would like to learn more about that program. Thank you.
Anonymous 1. All right, we're moving on to Adrian Gonzalez. We're moving on to Dave Carver. Adrian Carver.
Hello, Dave Carver here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Hey, thank you. I live in Madison, New Jersey, about 30 miles west of you all. 10 years ago, an accident left me a quadriplegic, dependent on a power wheelchair. And to travel, I bought a van with a wheelchair ramp, and my wife and friends are my drivers. My comments are regarding the handicapped exemption for the CBD toll. I'm glad to see that Section 2 of the legislation addresses the need for an exemption for those of us that require special vehicles, and New York state law, Chapter 71, Title 4, Article 16, already defines what is a qualified vehicle, so we don't have to worry about meeting that definition. However, a key part of your legislation is still kind of vague. Specifically, it says application for such exemption shall be made in such manner as prescribed by you all, and shall contain such information as the authority may reasonably require. Well, reasonably require, that's the tricky part. I haven't found that reasonable is typically how government agencies operate. In my review of all the online information regarding handicap parking in New York and the city in the state, it's all focused on New York residents. That makes sense, I get it. While you do recognize my handicap license plate from New Jersey, I don't see an easy way to get anything else. So my ask is simple. Before you turn on the CBD toll, take the time to create a process that works for your disabled neighbors in New Jersey who might like to come to the city and not incur the additional cost of. Don't make it impossible for us to qualify for handicap vehicle exemption. And if you're looking for people to help you design a simple process, you have my contact details. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Again, people with disabilities are entitled to an exemption from this congestion charge, whether they live in New York or New Jersey or any state for that matter.
Our next speaker is Kaylee Abner, followed by Brian Howald.
Hi. Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'd like to say I fully support congestion pricing, and with the understanding that it's not perfect, but I think with it we can build an equitable transportation system with a MTA that can handle the growing needs of the 21st century. And I'd like to say without it, we will still pay, whether that's increased taxes or just a subway station that just fails to meet the needs of everyone. So I think we might as well go with the congestion pricing that also creates a bunch of spillover effects. Hopefully we can settle this. It is law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Howald, followed by Catherine Nessel.
Good evening. My name is Brian Howald, and I live in Brooklyn Heights. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak tonight. I've lived in this city since high school, and my family has lived in this city since 1850. Like most of my ancestors, I've never owned a car, nor do I have a driver's license. I did, however, pay $2.90 to get here tonight. It's been about 17 years since I was last in this building, a college intern in the transit president's office, working on issues of elevator and escalator maintenance. So it's appropriate that we find ourselves here on the cusp of a program that will allow us to make so many improvements to our transit system, including making more of our system ADA accessible. As a community board member of Brooklyn CB2, I experience daily the space in our community district sacrificed to those well off enough to drive alone into Manhattan during rush hours. As an asthmatic, literally raised up against the highway, I breathe the smog off the Manhattan Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, and the BQE every day. It's crucial that this program be rolled out in a way that ensures its promises of cleaner air, more space for busways, better transit service and infrastructure, etc., are kept. Providing exemptions and credits beyond those mandated by the law creating this program 5 years ago would hobble this program from day one. For me, for my parents, my friends, my year-old niece, my elderly grandmother who has lived in the city her whole life and who has never owned a car, for my immediate family living in every borough except the Bronx, for the benefit of most who live in and around our city, please get this right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Nessel, followed by Jeremy Hinsdale.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Nessel. I live about a mile north of 60th Street. I don't have a driver's license, I don't drive, and I fully support congestion pricing. I look forward to reduced traffic, cleaner air, and safer streets inside the CBD and outside the CBD as overall traffic congestion decreases as less people drive within the city. I think congestion pricing is the best way for drivers to pay their fair share for the negative externalities of driving in one of the most congested areas of the country. I also think that congestion pricing is vital to reduce the epidemic of traffic violence in this city. I look forward to the accessibility improvements planned as a part of the funds raised by congestion pricing, and also urge the MTA to consider projects like QueensLink, which would extend the M train along the former Rockaway Beach branch in Queens to speed up trips for outer borough residents in conjunction with congestion pricing. I also hope that the DOT would build more bus lanes to allow for faster bus trips throughout the central business district and throughout the entire city. In conclusion, I fully support congestion pricing. We should follow the law, get this implemented as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Hinsdale, followed by Tim Spencer.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Hinsdale, and I'm here to voice my full support for congestion pricing and urge that the law be implemented without any further delays. Congestion pricing is a necessary and modest step toward creating a safer, healthier, and better city. It doesn't prohibit motor vehicles from the streets of New York City. It simply incentivizes drivers to make reasonable choices when deciding where and when to drive into a highly congested area. But the benefits of this small change will be transformative. Funds for better public transportation, accessibility improvements, cleaner air, safer streets, and more. I think congestion pricing is about the future of New York City. Do we want to build a city that prioritizes communities or one that privileges individual drivers cutting through them? Do we want cleaner air for our children to breathe or the high asthma rates and polluted skies of the past? Better public transportation, the proud history and backbone of the city, what amounts to a continued subsidy for private vehicles? Safer streets or the hundreds of pedestrian and cyclist deaths that we accept every year as the cost of driving in New York? Ultimately, congestion pricing is about equity. For nearly 100 years, motor vehicles have dominated the streets of New York. It's high time that the city prioritized people, residents, communities, workers, pedestrians, cyclists, and children who share those streets. Congestion pricing is a small and long overdue step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Spencer, followed by Councilmember Gail Brewer.
Hi, everyone. Tim Spencer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live outside the congestion zone and commute into Midtown daily, so I'm like the 85% of people who enter the CBD via public transit, and the more than 95% of people who I understand easily could. I think transit riders without cars are a group whose voice is underrepresented in this debate. They're less likely to be fired up about this issue because it seems like something that has nothing to do with them. For them, this is about people with cars and the tolls they have to pay. But the majority of New Yorkers do not own a car and stand to benefit from the reduced traffic and pollution, and I urge the MTA to implement this plan immediately. As some other speakers have noted, this isn't a leap into the unknown. Congestion pricing has been tried elsewhere, London, Singapore, Milan, Stockholm, other places. In every case, it was initially a very scary proposal that was met with skepticism, and in every single case, these plans are now regarded as massive success stories, and they are supported by the citizens of those cities. I can speak personally to the experience of London, where I've spent time living. Within a year of its launch there, traffic levels reduced by 25%, pollution from automobiles fell by over 20%, and the revenues of shops and restaurants in the city center increased significantly because of increased pedestrian traffic. Drawing parallels to New York, we can decrease traffic, we can reduce our environmental footprint, and we can improve our public transit, or we can go with the status quo, which, as I understand it, is average driving speeds of 4.7 miles per hour in Midtown Manhattan. Side note, a car originating in the CBD is still clogging the road and spewing emissions as much as any other, so I'm not sure why there is so much support for exemptions there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Councilmember Gail Brewer, followed by Michael Tanusis.
Thank you very much. I am Gail Brewer, and I represent the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I am in favor of congestion pricing. I voted for it as a council member way back in 2008. I supported it as the Manhattan Borough President in 2019, and we had a hearing on residential parking. I testified favorably about the zone again as a council member in 2022, and my district is unique because it includes a tolling zone border at 60th Street, and there are some concerns. Number one, I do feel strongly that service improvement should be implemented before congestion pricing tolling begins, so you could see when a bus or a train might actually come if the extra funding was there. Number two, the tolling capital lockbox to support the MTA's capital plan must be transparent. New Yorkers don't trust the MTA. I might trust them, but they don't like the MTA. And they want to see statements that show where cash is coming from, the interest it earns, and how it is spent to improve the transit system. Traffic and parking. Councilmember Diana Ayala and I with the MTA, and I thank you for attending, and the DOT. We had a meeting to discuss the DOT's, they have to do some kind of a survey to show where parking will or will not exist in northern Manhattan. And we need that before 2025 so that people know exactly what parking problems might exist uptown. Number two, I walked all of 60th Street with MTA staff. Thank you, to talk about what the issues are along the border. They need to be addressed. Double parked cars are already an issue. People are concerned. Other constituent issues. Crosstown bus riders are concerned that their commute through Central Park's transverses will slow down as drivers shift north to avoid the toll. They're worried about traffic on the GW Bridge, and they're worried about where people are going to park their cars just north of the zone. I support the mayor. No yellow taxis.
Thank you
to be
for your
given
comment.
congestion pricing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Tanusis, followed by Meredith Lavande.
Good evening. My name is Michael Tanusis, and I am the Assembly Member representing the East Shore of Staten Island and Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. As the Assembly Member for this area, I am all too familiar with unwarranted toll hikes that negatively affect my constituents. The implementation of New York City's congestion pricing plan will only continue to deplete our wallets, increase traffic density, and pollute our own community. The congestion pricing plan was sold as a means to combat pollution levels and reduce traffic in New York City. But in actuality, the main goal is to continue the increased revenue for the MTA. This is simply another tax on my constituents who are already dealing with the fact that New York City and New York State are becoming unaffordable places to live and raise a family. Any Staten Islander that commutes to the city for work already faces a toll at the Verrazano Bridge, as well as a significant toll at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. I heard many speakers tonight, especially from Manhattan, flabbergasted by the fact that they would have to pay a toll to go home. But in fact, Staten Islanders have been paying a toll to go home right now, even without congestion pricing. Staten Island is unlike any other part of New York City. We have one train line that runs above ground, and we do not have any other adequate transportation methods. As a result, mostly all of our constituents are forced to drive a car in order to get themselves around the island and off the island. Congestion pricing is a rushed, inadequate plan that will be implemented with absolutely no regard for the outer boroughs, such as Staten Island and Brooklyn. This plan had almost no input from most elected officials or the public. And I want to be clear, I want to call this plan for what it is: congestion taxing, not congestion pricing. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Meredith Lavande, followed by Michelle Birnbaum. I just want to note that public turnout is high and there are extended wait times to speak. If you prefer to provide your comment in writing, you can do that in the back with comment cards. And if you prefer not to wait, you can proceed to conference room 3 to record your comment live. All of your comments will be included in the official record and distributed to MTA board members and made available on the MTA website and YouTube channel. Meredith?
My name is Meredith Lavand, and I live on the FDR Drive. I am an early childhood music teacher that services 7 different Bronx locations, and I drive because I haul a ton of equipment on a daily basis to and from these preschools in the Bronx, 2 of which exclusively serve preschoolers with disabilities, in addition to living in a subway desert, as the subway is close to 1 mile away from my home, and pollution on the FDR will increase as a result of congestion pricing. The opening comments that those privileged enough to own a car to pay is outrageous because I and many others suing can't afford housing that is close to the subway and there's no viable alternative. As there's a dire need for special education itinerant teachers, I just completed a secondary master's degree so I could help more preschoolers with disabilities in the Bronx, where the shortage has left numerous children without critical services that they are entitled to by law. There has already been multiple lawsuits to remove the all too many existing barriers that keep lower income children from receiving SEIT services. And this CP plan is just another barrier that will keep children from receiving these services because I can't afford another $4,000 just to drive 1 block to my home as a resident of New York. I'm someone that's willing and wants to help and do this work, and I'm being financially barred from doing so. The state studied our driving patterns and know that people like myself have no choice. We can't change our behavior, which is why this is government-sanctioned theft. And residents absolutely should get an exemption, particularly those in public service. I really have nothing else to say except that this is totally unjust, and you're not going to hear the end of it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michelle Birnbaum, followed by Jesse Lee.
One of 4 founders of the Coalition in Opposition to Congestion Pricing. We have grown into a large coalition of those in all 5 boroughs in Long Island who attest that the implementation of congestion pricing will negatively impact their lives and have filed a lawsuit asking for an environmental impact statement which would assess current conditions. Every week, newspapers and online sites are filled with stories of the financial mishaps of the MTA, from projects being completed late and over budget to statistics on fare beaters and unwarranted overtime payments. The MTA is well known for its poor fiscal management. So without streamlining its financials and holding it accountable for its fiscal mishaps, why it seems imprudent to award it oversight on yet more money. This, along with the federal monies and the leftover COVID money it was awarded, makes it that much more foolish to fill its coffers. If congestion pricing works and keeps cars out of half of Manhattan, then the MTA won't raise the money they claim they need. If the plan is not successful and traffic and pollution are not diminished, what then? It would be a money grab and another tax, which would further incentivize groups of people to leave New York or abandon the business and entertainment district. At a time when we are trying to encourage people to come into New York and rebuild our business corridor, we would instead be creating incentives for the opposite. The mobility impaired, the elderly, family carrying children and equipment will be financially burdened. The population is growing older. It's wrong to think that we're going to end up on bicycles around the city. So why is this scheme being sanctioned? Why is the governor pushing this when it almost cost her her election? Can great minds come up with another way to fund the MTA infrastructure rather than bilking ordinary, hardworking citizens? All that with experimenting with free bus service for some. If you have
Thank you for your
confidence
comment.
that
Thank you
perform
for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Riley, followed by Christopher Sunderich.
Thank you. I didn't have any warning. My name is Michael Riley. I live on St. Nicholas Avenue in Harlem, outside of the district. I drive. I brought some props. I brought my title to my car and I took the subway down here sticker. And I want to thank the MTA for giving us a chance to voice our concerns about this. And I want to thank everyone who showed up tonight and online. And I just want to pause for a second and reflect on why we're doing this, why we're implementing this long overdue law that was passed in 2000, whenever. And the idea goes even before 2007. As I said, I have a car. I ride my bicycle. I walk. I've been driving in the city since the 1980s. I've driven professionally, trucks, cars, probably logged about 1 million miles. And that's not an exaggeration. Currently, I walk to work. I'm very lucky. And I am so in favor of not only implementing this policy, but expanding it and growing the congestion zone outside of just a central business district, incorporating parts of maybe North Brooklyn, Harlem, South Bronx, Greenpoint, Brooklyn Heights. Again, I said, let's pause and reflect on why we're doing this. We're going to be making the city a better place for everyone. We are a world leader. The fact that it's been implemented in London and Singapore and Milan, and almost everyone who opposed it in those cities not only is in favor of it, but many of them say, didn't you love my idea about this 25 years ago? And that's how I think we're going to see this happen. People who opposed it are going to say, wow, this is great. We pay a little bit more money. Again, I live in Harlem and I drive downtown to Chinatown sometimes, a couple times a month. But I'm going to put that money into the coffers to make the city a better place to live. The other end is we pay in the end with like lesser health care and lesser services and poorer public transportation. Those are the things that get harmed. So we'll be paying either way. Thank you very much for the chance to share.
Our next speaker is Christopher Sunderich, followed by Brian Majors.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Sunderich. I live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Many of you probably already know this. Before 1898, the 5 boroughs of New York were separate municipalities until they were consolidated into what we now know as the great city of New York. At the time, there were many voices who supported consolidation of the boroughs and many that did not. Brooklyn especially was very opposed to consolidation. Brooklynites feared that they would have to pay Manhattan taxes to fix Manhattan problems. They were afraid that those funds would be mismanaged by corrupt bureaucrats. They were afraid that their lives would be dictated by a faraway and feckless governing body that was ignorant and indifferent to their concerns and their needs. And in the end, when the city was unified, they felt that it was rammed down their throats. Now, I know the present situation isn't exactly the same, but maybe some of this sounds familiar. I've listened to many of the concerns from my fellow citizens tonight. Concerns about autonomy, individual liberty, affordability and making ends meet, health and safety, sustainability, and maybe on a deeper level, what a life well lived in this city is supposed to look like. And I think that we are all still on the same team, and we have to believe in the city. We have to believe that the city can be better. We have to believe in cleaner air and safer streets and more reliable transit, because if we don't believe that the city can be better, then we're not going to have a better city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Just wanting to note for the rules of conduct and decorum that we need folks to be quiet and be respectful of your fellow speakers, to not be distracting. So we appreciate your cooperation. Our next speaker is Brian Majors, followed by Jesus Liriano.
Hi, my name is Brian Majors. Thank you for the chance to speak here today. And I also am here to voice my full support for the congestion pricing policy. I live in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. As others have noted, we are a neighborhood that is bracketed and bisected by busy cut-through roadways, largely filled by cars coming to and from Manhattan. When I come into Manhattan multiple times a week, I take the subway and then I walk or I bike across the Williamsburg Bridge, trips that often feel a lot more harrowing than they would in an ideal world. Getting more people out of private vehicles and investing in improved transit infrastructure means safety and quality of life improvements for me and my neighbors. I also feel strongly about the big environmental picture, especially in my neighborhood. Greenpoint, like many other parts of New York, is horribly polluted and vulnerable to all sorts of climate impacts. We are all in this together, and any compromises we make when it comes to reducing emissions and investing in our transit infrastructure to make it stronger and more resilient now, we're gonna pay tenfold in the future because we don't do it now. Congestion pricing is good policy for New Yorkers, and I urge you to follow through on it without exception. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Jesus Liriano, followed by Juliet Goldsand.
Hi everybody. I've lived downtown Manhattan for over 40 years. I think we need to be very careful about this congestion pricing because, first of all, there's a study that New York Post said, and they said that a staggering 67% of residents who live in New York City find it unaffordable. Rent, medicine, transportation. 49% said that they regard the city as fair or poor, you know, like the environment. And the 60% say that it's not a good place to retire. That was a Post study. So what I'm trying to say is that I think anybody who lives below 60th Street should be exempt totally, no matter the income. The reason I say this is because I think what's going to happen is that you're going to charge people under 60th Street. And remember, those people, those truckers, those taxi drivers coming in, they're going to pass on the food prices and the medicine that they're carrying and everything. They're going to pass it on to the residents. So you're going to charge them for coming back into their place to live, which, you know, we didn't ask for this. You know, we shouldn't be charged. Brooklyn's not being charged. Bronx is not being charged. Staten Island is not being charged. Queens is not being charged. So they're going to be charged for coming in and all the food prices that the truck drivers, the taxi drivers are going to charge us because, you know, they got to deliver the food. They're not just going to deliver the food, get charged whatever it is, $30, and then just take it. You know, no, they're not. They're going to charge us. So we're going to get charged twice. So, yeah, I used to work in real estate, and I used to drive people around a lot. And I drove this lady for 2 weeks, and I didn't make any money. So I'm just saying that's going to hurt them. That's going to hurt the freelance people. And the MTA, I don't know. I don't know what they're charging drivers.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Our next speaker is Juliet Goldsand, followed by Rick Anderson.
Hi everyone, my name is Juliet Goldsand. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and have lived in my current apartment on the Lower East Side for nearly 20 years. I have a very straightforward suggestion for the MTA, who has clearly not considered how this tax will impact non-wealthy New Yorkers who live in the congestion zone. But I first want to share that I'm a single parent. I do not make a six-figure income or anywhere close. I have a learning disabled child who goes to a special education school in New Jersey, which is paid for by the DOE because they could not accommodate her needs locally. I also have a disabled and elderly mother whom I take to medical appointments. She is too frail and has been failed by Access-a-Ride too many times for that to be an option. I also have another loved one whom I visit regularly who lives well outside of the zone. When I use my car, it is to leave the zone or the city altogether. Otherwise, I use the subway or city bike to commute to work or elsewhere. Most New Yorkers with vehicles use them to leave the city. So I propose that if a zone resident accesses the FDR Drive or West Side Highway entrance closest to their home, leaves the zone for any amount of time, and returns via the same access point, we have essentially gone nowhere within the zone and should not be charged. Given all the readers being set up around the city, this should not be hard to track. Local residents should have a designated FDR or West Side Highway access point for which we are not charged. When you think about it, New Yorkers with vehicles who live in the zone help congestion whenever we leave, whether to be reverse commute or leave the city for whatever our lives demand. Moreover, I take strong exception to being the target of this tax when I can scarcely afford to pay my bills, but I do pay MTA fares, but watch what seems like the majority of people at certain subway stations jump turnstiles or go through wide open gates while MTA workers and the police stand by and do absolutely nothing. Why should residents be penalized and taxed to come and go from our own homes while the MTA and law enforcement has to date failed to address this cost of fare evasion? I can't afford to pay my bills, and I certainly can't afford to pay yours. Do not charge a congestion tax on residents of the zone, especially if we have
Thank you for
exited
your
and
comment.
re-entered through our closest FDA or West Side.
Our next speaker is Rick Anderson, followed by Zaire Baptiste.
Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. She made some very good points. Where's the state? I've been told that it's possible that this is all done and it's from the state that the law was passed. Why isn't this panel state people that we could try and influence? But it's like, obviously, you really have nothing to say about it, is what I'm told. So why are we here? I live on 43rd Street and 9th Avenue. When I come through the Lincoln Tunnel, my parking lot is right there. That's how much I drive in New York City, mostly. I drive 100 yards. I go out of town to see my son. Sometimes I go uptown. Most people who drive in New York City don't go above 61st Street and then down. I could drive as much as I want in town. Maybe there's a way that you can determine how much time we travel by checking our license plates. I would guess that there is a way to do that. So if we drive within the business zone, if we drive for more than an hour in the business zone, then maybe we can be charged on a different level. I don't know, that seems to be making sense for me because I could drive all I want within the zone and not be billed, right? And I could go, that doesn't help anything. I pay my taxes. I pay parking taxes. I've lived here for 40 years. It's going to make New York just that much harder to live for us. It's basically only the wealthy and the low income. We can't live with the middle class. I'm going to guess that someone told me that London is a different thing. London charges, I think, a 90% discount. I'm going to have to look that up for residents because I'm told by one of the panel that that's not actually the cost. But I believe that residents within the zone get a 90% discount. We should get some kind of a discount, those of us that live in New York. We can't even go out of town to get cheaper prices for food. What they said about prices
Thank you for your
going higher
comment.
because of the trucks is absolutely...
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rosa Reyes, followed by Christopher Doyle. Oh, I'm so sorry, Zaire Baptiste, followed by Rosa Reyes. Apologies.
No problem. I'm a Brooklyn native. I'm a car and bike rider. And I think making drivers pay for the MTA mismanagement of funds that has been documented for years and blaming congestion on drivers alone is the strategic bias. As a driver, I'm not opposed to making public transport better, but packaging this as drivers' fault as a way to gain support and tax is highly irresponsible. Traffic is bad at times, but this level of congestion is clearly by design. The reconstructing of streets, such as converting one of the biggest corridors, 8th Avenue by 34th Street, to 2 lanes creates a bottleneck. The construction, rerouting of streets, directions, closing of streets, etc., has created this level of congestion, yet there's no mention of these catalysts. London is constantly cited as a success story for congestion pricing, which is not true. As a person who frequents London, I could tell you that it right now has the worst congestion, top 3 in the world, and it's looking to expand congestion pricing to the entire city, which will happen here. Non-drivers who bash us drivers but use rideshare have no idea what we already pay. Inspection, registration, license, parking meters, garage tax, gas tax. They make $600 million in parking tickets. Rising insurance, cars pay more than their fair share, over $1 billion per year if you do the math. It would be decades before any significant changes would be implemented that can be seen. You could just look at any MTA capital project in the last 50 years. We are just printing money. The MTA's released its findings, and most of the results were said to have no significant impact on the communities. But how would that have happened? How did the MTA conduct these findings in such a short time? The MTA wants to reduce traffic and have drivers resort to mass transit, but they cannot accommodate their existing ridership. How are they going to accommodate 100,000 new riders at one time? Overall congestion pricing is another opportunity.
Thank you for your
to fund
comment.
salaries.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rosa Reyes, followed by Christopher Doyle. You can begin.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived in the CBD all my life. The residents here are just as diverse as residents living outside the zone. We also have first responders working in what I call struggling class who rely on their cars to get to work because of work schedule, reduced commute, or absence of transit in the area. Why are we being discriminated? How would you feel if each time you went to work, went to a doctor's appointment, or went to visit family, you had to pay $15 just to get back home? You could be paying as much as $600 a month on top of the already high prices of rent, goods, and services. Even if you don't own a car, you will be adversely affected, including establishments like schools, police and fire stations, prisons, hospitals, homeless shelters, non-for-profit organizations all need supplies. We saw this happen when gasoline prices went up during the pandemic. The prices of goods and services increased. A high cost of living will displace residents in the CBD because they will be priced out. Let's be honest, the proposed discount based on income is a joke. Residents in the CBD deserve a full exemption. Anything less is extortion. Yes, the MTA needs revenue to fund projects to improve the transit system. I don't oppose that, but those funds are already available from the high federal and state taxes New York residents pay, including all the taxes we pay on current goods and services. Other options to raise money should be explored. The CBD is not in a bubble. This will not address pollution with existing congestion above 60th Street and congestion in the 4 boroughs. We should be looking at capping for-hire vehicles instead. This tolling program will only gentrify neighborhoods since anyone who can't afford to live or do business will be displaced. It's an unjust tolling program that discriminates against working, struggling class residents and businesses that were here long before the Traffic Mobility Act was approved. Remember this in the upcoming elections. Again.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Christopher Doyle, followed by Michael Portantier.
Hi, my name is Chris Doyle, and I've lived in Stuyvesant Town, 20th Street and First Avenue. I was born at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan in 1961. I've lived my whole life in New York City. I've lived in Stuyvesant Town since 1986. I've been a high school teacher for 35 years and drive to my job in Westchester every day to work. I have 2 bad feet, one from Achilles problems and one from a bone problem. I need to drive to work every day. My drive home consists of exiting the FDR Drive at 23rd Street and driving approximately 5 blocks to my garage near First Avenue and 20th Street. I do not cause any congestion, yet I'll be charged each day $15 for 5 blocks. I live in Manhattan. It is my home, and now I'm being taxed to simply go home each day. I do not believe this is fair or correct. Recently, I saw an MTA official say that someone has to pay. Why should it be the hardworking people that live in Manhattan? This tax is punitive and does not take into account the many people that live on this island. In addition, this will not cause me to take public transportation. I will still have to drive to work each day. It'll be more expensive to take the subway and Metro North. I am also a coach at my school and it'd be difficult to rely on a train schedule to travel home after late matches. In addition, if I want to go see my family in other parts of the city or Westchester, I'll have to pay the tax on weekends. We need in-zone reductions. We need something better than what is being offered by the MTA. There are other alternatives. Please go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heidi Vanderlee, followed by Richard Scheer. Our next speaker,
Hello, sorry about that. I did not see that I was on camera. Yeah, I'd like to speak up in favor of congestion pricing. I've heard some folks talking about how this is new and rushed, and actually, John Lindsay, who was mayor in the 70s, actually brought up the idea of congestion pricing, tolling folks driving into the city, and then Mayor Beam didn't want to do it, so that was the end of that. But it's not a new idea. It's something we need to move on. It's something that's been just discussed to death. I've heard folks calling for environmental review. We've had the environmental review. We've had all of the input we could possibly have over decades and decades. And I think that what I know about the history of change in New York is that people fear it oftentimes because it means losing something. And I get that. I think we should all be asking for better transit. I think that everything folks are bringing up about the shortcomings of our transit system are absolutely true and legitimate, and the MTA should be improving all of those. I do think that the money raised by congestion pricing will help us do that. I also just wanted to say that, like, if we want to keep this city, period, we got to do stuff like this. We're in the middle of a climate crisis. The amount of congestion that happens in Manhattan and the amount of exhaust and the health effects is just disastrous. And also, I live in Greenpoint. We are in the middle of the BQE, the LIE, and McGinnis Boulevard, which runs through the middle of our neighborhood. The cut through traffic, I'm sick of it. We have trucks and like cars just speeding around our neighborhood to get from one highway to another. And people have been injured and killed. And I'm tired of it. Yeah, so I'm here to say that I support congestion pricing. Thanks.
thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Richard Scheer, followed by Sunny Ng. Richard Scheer. Our next speaker is Sunny Ng.
Hello. Fifth Avenue, Sixth Avenue, Koreatown, Chinatown, Varick Street, Broome Street, Canal Street. Just some of the many areas in the central business district that are clogged with cars, honking nonstop, blocking crosswalks, despite the majority of households within the district, within Manhattan, and within the 5 boroughs don't own a single car. It is simply too easy and too cheap to drive a car into the densest part of the country with so many transit options. Yes, the MTA needs money for capital projects, and I'm in full support of modernizing signals, building the 2nd Avenue subway, and making the subway more accessible. But there's also a quality of life issue that we can fix, and that's what congestion pricing will do. Call it a tax or money grab or whatever you want. We would need to properly price the cost of driving and to encourage people to take cleaner and more efficient alternatives instead. If you don't want to, you should have to pay up. I agree with the board's recommendations that we should have as few exemptions as possible, allowing those with low income and those with disabilities to be exempted. I don't believe taxis and for-hire vehicles should be exempted. In fact, I think the proposed $1.25 surcharge for taxi rides is too low and doesn't provide enough of a sticker shock to disincentivize folks from hailing a cab on top of the existing fees in our complicated fare system. But I do acknowledge that it was part of the state law that has already passed, so there's nothing we can do about that now. I also like that the toll is lower at night to make up for less frequent transit options, to encourage deliveries to be made at night, which is also another annoyance to our daily lives every day. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to a less congested New York.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Sonnenberg, followed by Robert Espriel.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to give you a little history of the MTA. Up until 1972, the subways and buses were paid for by the government and the fare. Then in 72, some brainstorm got the idea to double the tolls on the bridges. Those bridges were supposed to be paid for already. Those tolls should have come off. But they doubled the tolls on the bridges and tunnels, and they said, and it was 35 cents, and they said that'll keep the fare low. Well, today it's $2.90. And now they need even more money. They always need money. And I live on the Lower East Side. I have a car. I hardly ever use it. I go out with my car into Long Island. I have brothers in Jersey. Now I'm going to have to pay 2 tolls to go to Jersey, even on the weekends. And I'm going to have to pay a toll to go to Queens or Brooklyn if I ever do. I don't take my car that often. But why should I be penalized for living? I'd like to get the heck out of here. I'm living on Lower East Side for about 40, 50 years. I'm sick of it. Drug addicts all over the subway with needles in their arms. That's what I see. I saw it on the Delancey Street station. Nobody does anything about it. People putting junk in the turnstile, so when you put your card in, it gets this mush on. Anybody ever had that? I just had it happen to me. It's disgusting. I mean, and they're not doing anything about it. But they want to toll me day and night. But all these, and now my rent just went up almost 29%. Actually, it's carrying charges. I used to be a middle-income co-op. Now it's whatever they can get. And now, and it's just insane. And what do you think? The supermarkets aren't going to raise their prices with this congestive pricing? When the trucks come in and have to pay those stupid tolls? It's a toll. It's nothing but a cash grab. For the MTA, and someone should look at the books of the MTA, because I don't believe this. They were able to get on buy new subway cars without this. I don't believe this. Okay, so that's my opinion. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Robert Espriel, followed by Judson Potter. Judson Potter.
Good evening. I'm a native New Yorker who grew up here in Brooklyn in the 70s and the 80s, and like a lot of New York City kids, took a subway to high school. I'm a lifelong Democrat and a strong advocate for public transportation, and I'm also a CBD resident and a New York City taxpayer. It's a privilege to pay the taxes I do. I'm quite comfortable with it, and I respect that. But with that said, the CBD congestion pricing plan has been poorly designed, is wholly unjust to Manhattan residents, and should be stopped. Short of halting congestion pricing, I strongly advocate for a full exemption from congestion pricing for CBD residents and first responders. Over the past few hearings, we've heard all sorts of substantive objections. Cancer patients who can't safely use public transportation because they're immunocompromised, firefighters who protect us from being charged, from protect us day in and day out, are being charged potentially to move between fire stations. And finally, of course, we've heard about the dire prospect of driving up the cost of delivering food and other basic daily necessities to Manhattan, increasing our already high cost of living. This is a plan also based on faulty assumptions. Outdated economic data from 2003, the idea that people will come into the city on public transportation automatically just because they can't drive, none of it makes sense. But the worst part is that potentially the CBT pricing is unconstitutional. Nobody should have to be charged for the basic right of free movement, right? In London, they got to vote on this. I ask you, the board, why are we being denied as New Yorkers such a basic right of democracy and liberty? Let us vote on it, all right? I propose that we stop this plan as is, and short of that, follow the example of London and give Manhattan residents the relief they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Marie Barocas, followed by Maria Denzillo.
Hi, my name is Marie. I'm a resident of Nassau County, and I also have a workspace in Queens. I recommend you all listen because I'm funny. It'll get funnier, I promise. So I'm a safe car driver, a train rider, a biker, and basically all modes of transportation. And I'm already feeling the effect this will have on my life, in addition to inflation. I guess I represent some artists here. So as a freelance artist who loves their job, a job which can barely exist anywhere else, I've put over 12 years of building a business. It sometimes requires me to carry heavy materials, sometimes in the early or late hours when the trains are unreliable and, in my opinion, unsafe. I move carts all the time away from unsafe people. So I drive. You see, I moved away from a city without much opportunity, unsafe streets and public transit, and now New York City reminds me of that place. And if anyone is curious, it's Seattle, Washington. It sucks there now, and it's sad. Another one of my jobs that resides below 60th Street is a job that not only do I bring in business from other states into the city, but I also assist many elderly clients who come visit me. No doubt this will take a toll, no pun intended, on my business. You see, I can't work from home. I have to pay the metro. I have to pay for driving when it meets the needs. And a lot of people get to work from home these days, and I don't have that ability. My labor is physical. I'm already working 7 days a week. Most weeks, I consider myself a financially responsible person to a fault, and I'm being squeezed of every last penny. I refuse to put any more money into the New York City economy. I will not shop here, eat here, or entertain myself here, and I suggest others do the same until we get the exemptions we deserve. Myself, the service providers, the laborers, we make the city run, and we make the money for you. You do not. So my question to you is, you want me to pay a subscription on the very roads my taxes pay for, the taxes that go up every year? I mean, why 15? Why not 100? Why not 3?
Thank you for your comment.
Why not the 10 Commandments?
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Maria Danzillo, followed by Jane Adelman.
We're a purely grassroots political advocacy group with a mailing list in the many thousands and growing every day. Many of our members are going to be very negatively affected by this regressive tax. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, Manhattan resident, and working mother of 3 who spent many years in my previous job reverse commuting to New Jersey, always using mass transit and PATH. Yesterday, at the Manhattan Borough President's State of the Borough address, both the borough president and the state controller talked about how crucial Manhattan is to the whole city, state, and country's economy. Manhattan matters, and the people who live in Manhattan matter. As we have seen tonight, the anger and frustration against this regressive tax is growing, and we are starting to see a real backlash. We're reaching a boiling point, just like in London, where the Labour Party blames resident anger with congestion pricing as the reason for recent political losses. We hope that you will directly address the request to exempt Manhattan residents, as they have done in London, as well as first responders and other city workers, and deal with the fallout on other neighborhoods by looking at permit parking and ways to reduce the environmental hazards that will result when traffic is increased outside the zone. Also, please consider reducing the hours for this toll to save our valued and cherished Broadway, our small businesses and restaurants. Every day, our group has heard how beaten down people feel living here in New York. We're releasing a report shortly that will show the real impact policies like this are leading people to give up on New York. Better alternatives to this tax should have been considered to raise money and not have such a negative effect on so many people, such as stopping the fare beating, which is just an insult to hardworking New Yorkers. New York cannot continue on this path of policies that alienate so many people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Adelman, followed by Eugene Murphy. Our next speaker is Eugene Murphy, followed by Eric Marzoff. Our next speaker is Eric Marzoff, followed by the Reverend Christine Lee. Eric Marzoff on Zoom. Our next speaker is Rebecca Halua on Zoom. Rebecca Halua. Our next speaker is Charles.
Hello.
Yes, Rebecca?
Yes, hi.
Hi, we can hear you. Please begin.
Hi. Great. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca, and I have lived in the CBD for 25 years in the Murray Hill area. I just want to start off by expressing my strong love for New York City and have never even thought about moving from Manhattan. That is until this congestion pricing began to take off. The reason for this is that I live in the CBD, and like most residents of the district with cars here, I do not drive within the district, but in fact, I leave Manhattan every day for my job, which I have had for 22 years. I live on First Avenue and jump on the FDR and either leave through the GW or the Holland Tunnel and do not cause traffic on the streets of the zone. I cannot take public transportation for work because I have to go to different areas each day that are not serviced by public transportation. This daily toll will be an enormous burden to my family and I, as well as the residents within the zone. I pay the tolls at the bridges and tunnels every day when I come home, and now will have to pay to drive 1 block off the FDR to my parking garage where it will stay when I'm not working. 1 block is going to cost me $10 to $15 a day, depending on what way I come home that day. As this becomes more of a reality, it feels like I'm being forced to move out of New York City for good. People keep bringing up how this works in London, which is really great, but please remember that all full-time residents get a discount on these rates. This burden is not only mine alone, but every resident in the zone, as well as the businesses here. Broadway, Chinatown, small businesses that survived COVID may not survive this extra tax, which is seeming like it's going to be much harder, extreme hardships that most cannot endure. I understand why this plan is coming and the MTA needs upgrades, but this plan isn't it. Please reconsider. This toll is too high, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Senator Julia Salazar. Senator Julia Salazar. Senator, you can begin.
Thank you. I want to express my strong support for the implementation of congestion pricing in Manhattan Central Business District. It is a policy that I also voted for when it was first authorized in the state budget in 2019. Congestion pricing, as implemented in other cities internationally, has been proven to reduce carbon emissions, to benefit both the flow of traffic and also the flow of revenue to public transit. New Yorkers who rely on the MTA every day, environmental justice communities like ours in my Brooklyn district, and everyone who benefits from our state's public transit fueled economy deserve to see the positive impacts of congestion pricing. To maximize these benefits, there should be equalized tolling at all points of entry into the central business district to deter drivers from toll shopping. It is the task of the legislature and the executive to ensure that this upcoming state budget makes robust investments in improving the reliability and speed of service throughout the MTA region, especially in areas of New York City where ridership is highest. Senate Bill S 8658, the Get Congestion Pricing Right Act, seeks to address one critical component of this by increasing bus service and expanding fare-free bus routes. Prioritizing improved bus service proved to be vital in the successful implementation of congestion pricing elsewhere, such as in London and in Stockholm. Before launching London's congestion pricing program, the city increased its bus service substantially. As a result, congestion was reduced by 30% and bus travel in central London increased by 33%. Years of having to delay the implementation of congestion pricing has deprived our communities of the many benefits of this policy and threatens the funding of urgent public transit capital projects. Like millions of New Yorkers, I rely on the MTA service daily when I'm home in my district, and I look forward to finally seeing the MTA's congestion pricing plan become a reality.
Thank you for your comment. We have now reached the second hour of public comment. We'll now take a 5-minute break. Members of the public, you are encouraged to visit the information tables. If you are registered to speak but would prefer not to wait, please see a staff member for assistance. In conference room 3, you may record your comment or submit a written comment. The time is now 8:31. We will resume at 8:36 promptly. Thank you. And again, we just want to note, because turnout is so high, that if you would like to record your comment, you can do so in conference room 3. We have staff in the back that can help to direct you. So we appreciate you and your patience. Our next speaker is Anthony Mungin, followed by Anonymous 2. Sir, we need to have decorum in the room, and so we just ask that you give your comment.
Praises to all the wonderful people here. I just want to say that the review board, who's just as silent as a lot of these stories that went through, I want you all to know, very simple. I'm surprised that it's not from 86th Street down. But anyway, since it's from 61st Street, and I've worked in the Chrysler Building 42 years, I just want to say this here, that we got high-class, middle-class people, millionaires, and billionaires on these high towers from 61st down to the South Ferry. You all know that. But that's not the problem. The problem is that they need to be taxed, and this, by them being taxed, we wouldn't have to be worrying about the MTA, because it's just like the lotto. It's a share. See, and the poor people, and I'm from Harlem, Queens, Staten Island, Brooklyn. You know for a fact the congestion thing is already a given. We actually talking to wonderful silent people that's at the table. Y'all can't do a thing. The people are still going to have to pay. And the problem is that this has been going on too long. It has nothing to do with you personally, because you're part of protocol. It's all love. My name is Mr. Mungin, but this is like apartheid, you know? A gated area where the poor can't come in, and if you do come in, you're paying a fee. Why should we be paying a fee to drive past 61st Street where everything is the highest it could be? You know poor people can't deal with that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Anonymous 2, followed by Valerie Mason. Next up, also Mary Garvey.
Just piggyback off of what you just said, they definitely know that poor people cannot afford these. I'll keep that. I can't? Thank you. Yeah. Can't keep this? All right.
Sir, please give your comment.
My comment is basically this. I saw it happen over the years, and we all saw it. We saw the bus lanes. That makes so much sense, because then they come in and they cut an entire avenue's ability to travel by 50% off the rip. These are all calculated events here. We see the parking lanes that are just overnight, they're just painted away, or they have all these pylons standing there. You had 5-6 car lengths of vehicles that all of a sudden overnight, you wake up in the morning, there's City Bike just sitting over there. So it's interesting how we need to have all this kind of criticism for other places, and we know when something's corrupt, or we know when there's actual crime, organized crime being committed in our very faces. And the problem with all the compliance of the last few years is that the more we comply as New York residents that just want to live an honored life here, give our service to our city, and abide by the law with no problems, that we keep getting more problems when we comply. We keep complying. They added the traffic. They've literally spent many dollars of our money funding projects against us, where they deliberately create the congestion, and then they want to charge us for it. You're giving people less choices, which is part of your plan. I know it's working very well, but this is not about money. It's about control. But when you take away this many simple options from people that really, no matter what their religious beliefs are, no matter what their political stances are, this makes no sense mathematically. Forget about calling it whatever it is. It doesn't even make sense mathematically, except for one part where you're attacking us economically. And it continues. I wonder who really genuinely supports this new tax or toll or whatever you want to call it. I wonder how they could not see that there's so many other people that probably can't afford to move about and offer their services legally among these on these streets here. No one wants to be here for no
Thank you for
reason.
your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Valerie Mason, followed by Mary Garvey.
Thank you very much. I'm completely blown away by the elitist argument that wants to make Manhattan for the wealthy, healthy, and young. I mean, this is outrageous. This is a regressive tax. It goes against everything New York State is about. New York State is about working class people. We're seeing an attack on them every single day. We talk about having affordable housing in Manhattan, and yet we're going to charge people $15 to enter the congestion pricing zone. I understand that the MTA did not pass this tax, that it was done by the legislature, but it was buried in a budget bill at the 11th hour with no public hearings. And this is where we are 4 years later. It is an outrage. And New Yorkers who are against this tax, as much as I want to be against the MTA here, you need to call your legislators and they need to call the governor. I am for public transit. I'm for reduction of congestion. I'm for fighting the maleffects of climate change. This law does none of that. None of that. We need a full EIS. We need it now. I want you to join New Yorkers Against Congestion Pricing. We think our lawsuit is legitimate. Go to our GoFundMe page and help us fight Goliath here. New Yorkers need to get off their A's and get back in the game. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mary Garvey, followed by Carol Poutre-Cease.
Hi, I'm Mary Garvey. I live in Manhattan. I'm in the zone. I live in Stuyvesant Town. And many of the people I'm hearing who live in the zone are against congestion pricing because they have one thing in common. It's that they have a car and they want to drive. I don't have a car. I represent the majority of people who are my neighbors who do not have cars and do not drive in the city. And I think it's important for all of us to think about the greater good. Someone mentioned that congestion pricing was first suggested, or there was a first plan, when Mayor Lindsay was in the 1970s. Gridlock Sam Schwartz, who's still around, wrote the plan. He also had tolls on all the East River crossings as a part of that plan. The idea in the 70s was to be concerned not so much with congestion, but with air quality, air pollution. I'm concerned about pollution. I'm concerned about safety. Our streets are a terror in this zone. I don't know if any of the people who drive ever walk around their neighborhood, but every crossing is a challenge because of the cars. And really what happened during COVID, something, I don't know what, people decided they should drive their car everywhere and hang out in their car all day, watching movies, eating, double parked throughout my neighborhood. I can't even tell you how many people I pass by who seem to be living in their cars and idling their engines. So after our Orange Day last summer, I thought maybe people would be a little concerned about something called particulate matters in our air, but I guess not. So for drivers, I'd like you to think a little bit about the greater good and not be as NIMBYites in transportation. Think about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Poutre-Cease, followed by Dan Elstein.
Hello, I'm Carol Poutre-Cease. I'm from the East Village, and I'm a car owner. I take buses and trains all the time, and no one who has a car in Manhattan drives around Manhattan. There's no parking spots. But I'm here to speak about why we have congestion. There's an elephant in the room that no one else seems to be talking about. In 2011, Uber spent millions of dollars on lobbyists so they could roll out their cars into New York City. And in 2015, Uber spent almost $7 million on lobbyists to thwart Mayor de Blasio's plan to put a cap on the number of their cars. Uber succeeded, and now between Uber and Lyft, there are over 100,000 service cars in New York City, causing congestion and pollution on our streets. In 2013, Mayor Bloomberg and his DOT commissioner, with visions of Paris dancing in their heads, used the DOT budget to put pedestrian plazas at 42nd Street, 34th, and 23rd Streets, thereby causing southbound traffic on Broadway to be deterred to the narrow side streets and the adjacent avenues, causing further congestion. And now, with bus lanes, bike lanes, outdoor dining kiosks, what used to be the avenues of three traffic lanes have been diminished to 2 lanes and often 1 lane when delivery trucks triple park to make their deliveries. More congestion. So now the public has to pay for the sins of the fathers because of their ill-conceived choices and the power of Uber lobbyists. I'd also like to mention that the proposed tax credit is a joke. Anyone living, at least in Manhattan, that makes $60,000 or less could never afford to have a car here. Well, maybe 10 people could. This is all another nail in the coffin of the middle class in New York City.
Our next speaker is Dan Elstein, followed by Stephen Traub.
Hello, I am Dan Elstein. I live in Greenpoint, and I'm here to give a testimony in favor of congestion pricing. Coming from North Brooklyn, I naturally had to transfer at Union Square, and in the context of coming to this meeting, I find it's important to point out that every single person that I saw today in that massive transfer hub made a choice to take the subway. Most people take the transit option that makes the most sense to them, and for everyone I saw at Union Square today, that choice was the train. With congestion pricing and the resulting extra funds earmarked for the MTA, I believe that we as a city can induce the type of sustainable transit choices that can help the city grow into the future with less traffic and a cleaner environment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Traub, followed by Salvatore Forte.
Hi, everyone. I understand that this whole thing is a farce anyway because it seems everything is already preset, but I'm going to speak anyway. I own a small business in the congestion tax zone. I fear the damage this tax will do to my customers and how many I will lose because of it. In the London tax zone, which was nowhere near as punitive or regressive, there was an economic drop-off of approximately 30% in the first year. Many businesses were forced to close or move out of the zone. I will have to cut and lay off many of my 67 full-time employees, as will many other New York City businesses, because of this tax. We don't have the luxury of being the MTA, which has never been on time or on budget on any study or project in the last 40 years, but just steal from the regular people to make up for their incompetence. At a time when the city still hasn't recovered from Governor Kathy Hochul's COVID business-killing policies, to add this tax would be devastating. There are 4 empty restaurant spaces on my block that have been closed since COVID. What is this congestion tax? Will it help congestion? The MTA and the Federal Highway Administration's corrupt and flawed studies show that while there might be a small decrease in traffic in some areas, there will be a large increase in traffic to avoid the congestion tax district. Is it about pollution? No, it won't reduce the number of cars on the roads. It will just redirect some of the traffic to lower income areas as drivers avoid the tax zone. Also, if this toll tax scheme was about pollution, there would be an exemption or reduced toll tax for fully electric or certain hybrid cars. In reality, this is just a scam by the incompetent MTA to tax the regular people of New York. Its leaders should all be fired, at the very least held accountable for their waste and corruption. Why impose this tax 24/7? Why does it have a full rate long after the traffic congestion ends, approximately 5 p.m., the way the London zone does? This kills all the evening business of restaurants and Broadway. The customers who no longer come to work in the tolling zone daily will stay away from restaurants and Broadway faced at night as well. Rather than making the subway safe or reliable, the MTA thinks it could tax us into risking our lives or wasting it away with train and bus delays.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Charles N.Y., followed by David Dartley. Oh, I'm so sorry. Salvatore Forte, then followed by Charles N.Y.
All right, first off, you guys are a corporation. You're known as a public entity, but you're a corporation. That means non-disclosure and indemnity. your executors. You're liable. Any laws that you passed can be challenged. Very malleable. Now, I know you love using the word fungible and things, words that are general and unaccountable, right? But you don't own New York City. We should re-examine the New York City Charter and break off from Manhattan. I'm from Jamaica, Queens. My parents landed on Ellis Island, where I see where they come from. I cursed them because it was such a nice place. This is like a prison city. I called this place the Gilded Toilet, and there's only one thing you could do with a toilet, right? So plants only take up 2% of carbon dioxide. Pre-industrial, it was 3%. Now it's 4%. Plants love this. This is just an illegal tax. You're just cheap suits with titles, which can easily be, and judges do not legislate, and neither do you. Now, I have no power. The only power I have is to not contribute, cooperate, and participate, and leave. This is a lousy place to do a business. I'm saving my money, right? Because I'm leaving. I'm leaving. And I lived in Milan, and I lived in Los Angeles. It doesn't work. Nobody pays attention to it. So you can make your effort, and you're going to have from 60th Street down, dead. You'll have the tourists, though, but nobody's going to be serving them. So, I mean, listen, it's your bed. You made it. You lie in it. The city council members and the borough presidents are yo-yos. You have these little activist groups here that don't represent anything.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Our next speaker, and actually just before we resume, just to remind folks about the code of conduct and keeping decorum in your speech and not targeting anyone. Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles N.Y., followed by David Dartley.
Hi, my name is Charles Nye. I'm a member of Community Board 5 in Manhattan. My views are my own and not of the Community Board. I'm also a resident of the Central Business District. I'm in favor for the congestion charging. As someone who lives in the business district, I have experienced what congestion can, have on pedestrian flow, with people having to have to zigzag around cars and trucks that are blocking the crosswalks, or when they are blocking the crosswalks, they're also blocking the walk signs. And as they're doing that, all the exhaust is just streaming out of them, and it's making the air so unhealthy for everyone, not just for the lungs, but also for the eyes. With the pending closure of Beth Israel Hospital, people in the East Village and lower down need to have access to other medical facilities. And with congestion in the way, it's going to make their commute times to other medical facilities much more challenging. So we definitely need to do something about this congestion mess. And not just that, but with the congestion, there's other negativities, such as what I experienced with my building, which is drivers from out of town, especially New Jersey and Connecticut, parking in the no standing zone in front of my building, which prevents ambulances, paratransit, and other vehicles from picking up people in my building. So I do hope that congestion charging will happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Dartley, followed by Councilmember Parina Sanchez.
Hi, my name is David Dartley, and I live in Stuyvesant Town in the Central Business District with my wife and 2 teenage kids. The fact that congestion pricing is 100 years overdue will make it more painful at first, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. I want to see as few categorical exemptions as possible. Among street users on wheels, I think that by every measure imaginable, bus riders are by far the most deserving of an improvement in experience. If there were fewer cars in the CBD, there would be fewer cars in bus lanes and bus stops. For example, certain police precincts would have less cause to use blocks and blocks of certain bus lanes as a 24/7, 365 parking lot for department vehicles. With bus lanes freer, not only does that help bus riders deservingly, but it would also help everyone else because buses would no longer have to lumber out into the regular traffic lanes, slowing everyone down. A lot of arguments against congestion pricing are based on things that are purely speculative, in some cases already known to be false. One thing that is known, however, is that the fewer cars on the road, the fewer crashes. I'm a member of Families for Safe Streets because my sister and her best friend were killed while crossing a city street. That left me alone to care for my aging and eventually dying parents in northern New Jersey over the last several years, and it was a nightmare. I actually have a car acquired used while one of my parents was still alive but declining. It made my frequent trips to New Jersey easier, but Dad passed away soon after, so the period of the car's usefulness was very short. I can't afford to keep it in a garage, but if congestion pricing had been in place during that time, the tolls would have felt like a tiny price to pay for something that made my life nicer but harmed the environment for everyone. I recently heard one person make a very compelling case as to why she chooses to drive to certain medical appointments. I think the foolish way to help her is to exempt large categories, but maybe instead give partial refunds after the fact for those specific trips upon providing the doctor's note. Finally, it's not true that you don't contribute to congestion when you just go right to the Holland Tunnel leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Councilmember Parina Sanchez, followed by Andy Zhu.
Good evening.
You can begin.
Good evening. For decades, mass transit in the New York region has been underfunded and overstretched, with aging subway cars, outdated signaling systems, lacking accessibility for disabled New Yorkers, resulting in delays and headaches for our strap hangers. Nowhere is that more true than for the hardworking New Yorkers that I represent in District 14 of the Bronx. My name is Parina Sanchez, and I'm an urban planner turned New York City Council member representing the wonderful neighborhoods of Kingsbridge, Fordham, University Heights, and the most western sections of the Cross Bronx Expressway. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening in support of the implementation of congestion pricing, of unimplementation of congestion pricing that prioritizes the reduction of environmental impacts on the Bronx. Because as Manhattan and the region will benefit from lower levels of congestion and reduced pollution at the region's core, 85% of my community members who do not use a private vehicle to arrive to work sorely need improvements in our transit systems. But we also need improvements that do not also worsen our already disproportionately negative health indicators. In particular, all of the congestion pricing options that have been considered would reduce traffic across the city and the region, which is great, but diverted traffic and pollution would increase in other areas, including the Bronx. Importantly, the MTA's additional analysis of 3 potential local pollution hotspots, including parts of my district over the Cross Bronx Expressway at McCombs Road, found small local increases in PM 2.5. We already have 1 in 5 of our children below age 12 suffering from asthma. So let's not make it worse. In closing, and in addition to all of the regional economy benefits, pollution reduction benefits, traffic easing reasons that have been cited in so much testimonies, communities like mine need congestion pricing. We need the MTA to take every measure to minimize increased traffic and pollution levels in the Bronx.
Thank you for your comment.
Measures to mitigate the harmful impacts.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andy Zhu, followed by Seth Hughes.
Andy Zhu, and I'm a student at Stuyvesant High School, and I live in South Brooklyn. I greatly support implementation of congestion pricing as it is a means to alleviate city traffic while bettering the city's public transit infrastructure. Constant gridlock and bumper-to-bumper traffic slows traffic for emergency workers and other people who need to get to places by vehicles urgently. Congestion pricing will incentivize drivers to consider alternative modes of transportation, such as public transit, biking, or walking, easing the strain on our roadways in Midtown and Lower Manhattan. Furthermore, I believe this is a great opportunity for improvements to our city's public transit system, which is a great benefit to the millions of public transit riders daily. Many of my fellow students utilize public transit to commute to school, and revenue from congestion pricing can help improve transit infrastructure, such as a signaling system, reducing chances of signal breakdowns and system-wide delays, which are greatly detrimental to all commuters, may it be students, workers, or the like. Finally, reduced vehicle traffic in Midtown/Lower Manhattan will result in a better and safer city for pedestrians and the reduction of CO2 emissions, which is better for the environment. Therefore, I urge congestion pricing to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Seth Hughes, followed by Milan Nanavati.
Hello, my name is Seth Hughes, and I also go to Stuyvesant High School. I would like to express my overwhelming support for congestion pricing and just share a plainly numbers-based argument. Congestion pricing is completely beneficial to the vast majority of New Yorkers, especially low-income families, and even provides a net benefit to most drivers. Only 10% of CBD entries are by drivers. It only looks like more than that because cars are so space inefficient. Low-income residents would benefit from congestion pricing at a ratio of 50-1. That is, for every one low-income driver that would have to pay the congestion toll, 50 would benefit from better, more reliable transit service in their communities and better access to fair fares. Congestion pricing is also beneficial to most drivers as well. The average New Yorker loses almost $2,000 per year in lost productivity costs due to congestion, and clearer streets will mean that drivers will lose less time and get where they're going faster. Driving also poses huge environmental, safety, and quality of life costs, environmental becoming ever more important with the looming threat of climate change. It is imperative that the MTA implement congestion pricing with as little delays as possible. Not only will it reduce congestion in the CBD, it will also reduce travel times, improve air quality, and provide the MTA with an additional source of revenue, which could be used for things such as improving accessibility in the subway. Yes, it will negatively impact some people, but the cost of delaying and not implementing congestion pricing is much, much worse. It has proven successful in the cities where it has been implemented in the past, such as London and Singapore. I have no doubt that congestion pricing will be implemented, but I do want it to be implemented soon. Congestion pricing was first approved in 2019. It's now 2024, and every additional year of delays is another year of lost revenue, worse air quality, and more congestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Milan Nanavati, followed by Catherine McVeigh Hughes.
Hi, excuse me, hi, thank you very much. I've lived in New York City, raising my kids with my wife for over 20 years now, living in Stuytown. I'm an economist by training. I believe that congestion pricing is a very effective tool for managing the externalities associated with traffic pollution, as long as it's implemented fairly. One of the first speakers, who I believe was somebody from the Traffic Mobility Board, made a comment that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. They also made the comment that we have trade-offs, and these trade-offs tell me where the trade-off is and how we can be equitable. Well, I'd like to give some examples, and then perhaps the Traffic Mobility Board can reevaluate the exemptions that they're providing. People coming in from Jersey get a $5 discount, which is a 33% tax, a 33% discount. The low-income people get an effective discount of 25%. You're driving in from Jersey, you get 33. Low-income people, you get 25. Makes a lot of sense, huh? There's one area where you could rebalance and fix things. People give examples of London, which is a wonderful example of a well-implemented economic congestion policy plan. In London, they did not pander to politicians outside of the congestion pricing zone to give them a discount. Apparently here, we need to pander to Jersey and give them a discount, but then that means all of the people, whether they're low income or whether they're residents of the congestion pricing district, CBD, which I guess those people were high on when they were developed this, apparently those people don't get the discount and we have to follow a suboptimal economic model. I believe in congestion pricing. We should do it. We should help people, but this is not the right way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine McVeigh Hughes, followed by Kader Garab.
Good evening. My name is Catherine. On behalf of the Financial District neighborhood, we are here to support congestion pricing under the condition that the Fulton Center in Lower Manhattan is added to the list of subway stations on your map. Congestion pricing benefits for Manhattan to immediately address its maintenance, safety, and accessibility issues. The current condition of the Fulton Center hurts the surrounding financial district where there are many vacant retail spaces. The Fulton Street subway station and its platform serve riders of 9 subway stations, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, C, J, R, and Z. With up to 300,000 daily customers, Fulton Center is the busiest transit center in Lower Manhattan. Issues at the Fulton Center include broken escalator, facade of the Corbin building, scaffolding has been up for 5 years, dozens of burnout, compact fluorescent light bulbs, smashed glass at the Broadway Fulton Center, broken exterior illuminated Fulton Center entrance signs, John Broadway and Fulton, leaks at the southern end of both the uptown and downtown 4 or 5 subway platforms, and the broken illuminated art installation on Broadway glass facade. Addressing these conditions will also make the public space more desirable for leasing. FDNA looks forward to working with you to make the Central Business District tolling program as effective as possible to reduce traffic congestion and raise the needed revenue to improve the public transportation inside and outside the zone. We understand that other cities around the world that have similar programs have also experienced improved air quality, which is important to the health of those that have lived through 9/11, rebuilt our community, and for those that have stayed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kader Garab, followed by David Feliciano.
My name is Kadir Garab, and I believe that taxis should be exempt from the congestion fee. We've already contributed. We did not contribute to congestion. Part of the congestion comes from the city and state allowing Uber and Lyft to proliferate. So we're paying a tax because of government failure. And also the business is very slow and ridership is down 50% from pre-pandemic levels. And the taxi industry has contributed over $1 billion to the MTA. And if this pricing plan goes into effect, a driver can lose $7,200, an income up to $7,200 when they contribute over $15,000 a year. We don't only just pay in the taxes, but we pay when we lease the car, when we go to the pump gas at the gas station, and so we shouldn't be taxed if we're mandated to be on the streets. And basically, all I want to say is, if you want to add this 125, you should take away the congestion surcharge that started in 2019, which is $250, and take away the MTA tax, so it could be more fair if you're going to add the $1.25. So that way, we're not getting a third tax. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Our next speaker is David Feliciano, followed by Brockett Witham.
Good evening. I'm not trying to be here, but I'm not here for, tolls, but I'm here for all this, this whole concept, especially you, executive. Every time, since I grew up as a little kid, I've been going on public transportation all my life. Like us, we pay fares. We came from the same place, the same state. This is how. Let me tell you something. For us and my family, we come here and, not spending time in the city, not just here. But, bus and train is a life of blood. But seriously, I'm not here for congestion pricing, but I'm here for, this has been all this life that I've been through, going higher. Every time, the fare heights get higher, and then, it gets real higher, and it causing more go up. Like, the building of Wall Street. And it's like, every time I've been all my life, since I was during middle school and high school days, that's all. But most part is, we, as aren't citizen, but when I'm from, I'm resident in the Bronx. I have more people live, don't pay fares, some of them, commit a crime and this whole thing is getting upside down. But let me tell you, I will not comment about our civil rights. But let me tell you, we, as being human being, we all pay fares, all right? I'm not stopping there. I'm not no follower for these, young kids. But everyone, for you guys, y'all did the same.
Thank you for
thank
your
you guys
comment.
so much.
Our next speaker is Brockett Witham, followed by Ryan Quonen.
Hi, y'all. I'm for congestion pricing in the Central Business District. I live in the Lower East Side. It is not the Central Business District. I drive every day. I'm a reverse commuter. I do not want to drive every day, but I do. I do not sit in my car running the gas. I go out, I come in. This is going to cost about $6,000. This is going to be very, very difficult. Got kids in school. My profession is cabinet making. There are no more shops like that in Manhattan. I used to be on Christie. I used to be on the Bowery. That's all over and gone. I'm way out in Queens. This is going to be very difficult. I have a friend of mine drives a box truck, makes deliveries. It's going to cost about $10,000 to $15,000 a year for him. You may be sure that will be passed on. It's not going to be 5 cents on a bag of chips either, which is some rationales I've heard. This is going to have a big impact. You'll reduce traffic by 20%. You're not going to notice that. You're all going to complain about traffic anyhow. Pollution? No, you're transferring it out. It's not going away. So there are a lot of issues with this. It's basically money for the MTA. And my comment on that is the L train renovation of the tunnel, which the MTA's plan was a mess, and Cuomo turned it around without shutting it down for 2 years. I do not have great confidence in the MTA's ability to carry all of this out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ryan Quonen, followed by Austin Celestine.
Hi, my name is Ryan Coonan. I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, a neighborhood deeply impacted by pollution from the BQE, as drivers often drive out of their way through our neighborhood in order to take a free bridge into the city. I support congestion pricing. Like most people who enter this central business zone, I typically take transit or bike, but there are times I have to drive my truck into Union Square. I organize a Southside CSA, a farm share. Many times, due to traffic delays coming into the city, I have to meet a farmer in Union Square. When possible, like if it's just eggs, I take my granny cart and hit the L train. I can do a round trip in about 1.5 hours, mostly because the elevators and accessibility upgrades to the Bedford L have been so critical. I look forward to congestion pricing providing vital accessibility upgrades to the rest of the system. But like I said, congestion causes unpredictable delivery schedules for my farmers, and sometimes I have to drive in to pick up hundreds of pounds of produce. These days should be less stressful, as I'm not schlepping a cart around the train stations or biking a loaded cargo bike over the Williamsburg Bridge. However, they tend to be the most stressful days, as it can take 2 to 3 hours to do that simple loop from Williamsburg to Union Square. Congestion costs businesses so much valuable time and money while causing excess pollution. So I support congestion pricing, and I think there should be very few exceptions to the fee. I don't think there should be discounts for Jersey drivers, as most commuters from Jersey take the train. Only 17% of New Jersey commuters to CBD commute by vehicle. The vast majority take MTA and would get the same benefits. I also don't think there should be an exemption for government employees like NYPD and FDNY who seemingly choose to drive the CBD since they have free parking. When I go get peaches from Jersey, I pay a toll to get there and back. When I drive to the Rockaways to go to the beach, I pay a toll on the bridge. When I'm coming back from Upstate Farms, I pay a toll to get back in the city. Congestion pricing in Lower Manhattan has been an idea that people have been suggesting to the 70s.
Thank you for your comment.
And it's past time for it to happen.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Austin Celestine, followed by Lee Charmant.
Hi, good evening. My name is Austin Celestin. I'm born and raised in New York City.
I live permanently right above the zone next to Lincoln Center, and I'm in school right now, so I dorm within the zone at NYU. We all remember the summer of hell. I don't think we all need to go through the laundry list of experiences, stalled buses, waiting hours in the subway tunnels, hours, still now on hot subway platforms, and the experiences of riding on the subway while I was injured on crutches, which is a reality that many people face every day. All while we inhale the fumes of idling cars, squeeze through obstructed crosswalks, and run the risk of being hit by aggressive drivers. I was 5 years old when this plan was first proposed by Mayor Bloomberg in 2007. I'll be graduating college in 2 months. That reality spells out exactly the argument for congestion pricing more than any study could, and I'm looking forward to seeing it implemented, at least for most of my adult life, something I was deprived of in my childhood. What does congestion pricing mean? It means walking won't be a faster option than buses. The speedy service of the modern signals on Queens Boulevard becomes a more common experience. Our crosswalks will be usable and safe for seniors and children to cross. For contractors that do need to drive in, the reduced traffic means you'll hit more customers. And for those with disabilities, subways, being an able-bodied will not be a prerequisite in the subways. We could go through the very real issues and problems plaguing the system today. We lost $700 million to fare evasion. Yes, we need to clamp down on that. Add on the $108 million more that we lost from defaced and obscure tolls, from toll evaders all over the bridges and tunnels across the city. We could also talk about the real conclusion that we came to about increased congestion in the Bronx and the Lower East Side. That is a real problem that demands real solutions that abandoning congestion pricing will not solve. The Bronx, the Lower East Side, and other communities deserve real solutions. And we all seem to have a problem with congestion pricing, but not the problem with car ownership increasing 23% since the beginning of the pandemic. We need congestion pricing. We needed it in 2007, we needed it in 1970, and we need it now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Charmant on Zoom, followed by Sarah Mahmood.
Mute. Okay, I am now unmuted. Hi, my name is Lee. I'm in Brooklyn. I have lived in New York City all my life. I grew up on 43rd and 9th, so I know what traffic looks like. I'm out here in South Brooklyn, McDonald L, where accessibility is a real issue. I take the train. I don't have a problem with that. However, we'll start my video, pardon me. My wife is a senior and she is disabled, and we've had a lot of problems being able to get around. So I have been taking a lot of notes. This has been super interesting. I know that you said out in the hallway that you can find out about accessibility, except I looked it up on the internet initially, and it's still pretty vague. How is it a person who is disabled can sign up for pricing exemption? What department will be in charge? Having had experience with this before, I hope to God that the Department of Transportation really, this is rough because they are understaffed. My wife applied for a New York City permit several years ago. She was denied numerous times, even though she had numerous letters from numerous doctors. She's got rheumatoid arthritis, she got a rollator, she's got a cane, and congenital heart defect. The accessibility vans are late and terrible, and that's already been said. She can't do stairs. But I think the bottom line for me is really like, who's going to handle this? Who's going to administer giving out the exemptions? Because like I said before, the city is understaffed, and receipts and getting reimbursed will be even worse than flex spending. Last thing said is, in terms of safety in the city, electric bikes, it's not just cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sarah Mahmood, followed by Nathan Statola.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah. I've lived on 66th Street or 62nd Street for almost 25 years, so on the border of this proposed perimeter. I'm for the environment, for clean air, and against congestion. However, I am against this proposal as it currently is designed. The so-called name, congestion pricing, the name alone is disingenuous and actually borders on gaslighting. As proposed, and as per your own analysis, the current plan will do very little to reduce congestion, estimated at about 17% reduction in this arbitrary business district, which is even more arbitrary in the context of our post-pandemic world. At best, it will only shift the traffic to other areas of the city, which has not been discussed much in these hearings. This shift has also not been discussed much in the public materials that the MTA has provided. In addition, and here's where the gaslighting comes in, the MTA is counting on a significant number of drivers continuing to drive into the central business district to fund the MTA capital projects to the tune of $1 billion a year. Talk to anyone in finance and you will learn that funding long-term capital projects with short-term variable funding is a no-no. So this proves that the MTA is viewing these projected fees as long-term and stable. Have you seen traffic in Queens and Brooklyn on the weekdays or weekends? If the MTA was really concerned with the environment and congestion in the city at large, you would implement a toll around the full perimeter of the 5 boroughs while exempting the few vehicles registered to all New York City residents. Even the MTA has talked about this as a tax, suggesting it's a tax because you repeatedly say the toll has been set low enough for everyone to afford it rather than high enough to actually reduce congestion. If you really wanted to reduce congestion, you'd create a multi-pronged action plan to eliminate the multiple root causes, things like double parking, construction sites, dining sheds, and moving sanitation
Thank you
pickup
for your
back to overnight.
comment.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Nathan Stotola, followed by Peter Redder.
My name is Nathan Stodola, and I am a Riders Alliance member and former MTA college aide back when I was completing my master's in transportation engineering. I'm writing to applaud the MTA for moving forward the Central District tolling. I support the MTA's decision to minimize exemption and to provide overnight discounts. I live in Brooklyn and Windsor Terrace. I work near Madison Square Park and go to the office about twice a week, making me one of the approximately 4 million daily weekday subway riders, a population that is larger than that of Rhode Island, Delaware, and both Dakotas combined. And that doesn't even count bus or commuter rail. I also take frequent trips on all modes of transit on weekends around the city, including this year to all 4 of the Open Wildlife Conservation Society zoos and aquarium. I'm looking at you, Bronx Zoo, in your opposition to the Fordham Road bus lane. My daughter first rode the subway when she was 4 days old and continues to travel with us around the city and to Long Island and Connecticut to visit friends and family on MTA service. We are one of the nearly 1.5 million households in the 5 boroughs without a car. That is 55% of all households, the highest percentage of any city in the country. The ability to live my life without having to drive is one of the things that makes New York special. If I wanted to drive to work, to the grocery store, to visit friends, I could instead live in literally any other city in this country. Thank you, MTA, for moving this forward.
Our next speaker is Peter Ritter, followed by Lisa Berger. Hold on one second. Thank you. Leah Berger. Apologies. Leah?
Okay, thanks. There are several restaurants in the area that I live, which is downtown, which is in Tribeca. Many of them are struggling to stay open. Some of them are closed. There are a lot of restaurants also that are closed and they're not getting rented. And it's not just because of the rents. They can't afford, between the cost of the rising food, the cost of labor, and they're struggling. And I'm wondering how many of them are going to stay open if you're going to pass congestion pricing. I work really hard, and this year I'm going to be a senior citizen. And when I go into the supermarket, an apple is $2.79 a pound, $3 a pound, and that's my reality. My food costs have risen by 35% in the past 4 years. I don't know how much more I can afford. I have a car, and in the past 2 years, I had to drive multiple times a week from Tribeca up to 68th Street because my husband was battling cancer, which he lost. If I had to pay congestion pricing, I don't know how I would have done it. And he can't ride the subway. He could barely get into the car. And I had to have a wheelchair and help for him. And there isn't anything here in consideration for somebody like me. I needed for the car, a disability plaque. I had to fight for it for 8 months. And he fell in the snow because your system isn't working. And I just don't know how much longer I can take it. And people like me who are hardworking can take it. You know, you're not even thinking about the trade and the trucks that have to supply us, and the plumbers, and the electrician, and then the HVAC. I don't see
Thank you for
where
your
they're going
comment.
to have room for that.
Our next speaker is Thomas Smith, followed by Mitchell Gary. Thomas Smith, Mitchell Gary.
Hi. Where are we here? Yeah. Look, folks, a lot of stuff has been said, and I've sat through it. What this plan actually does is substitute one person paying for another person. If you look, what do you call it? If you look, you couldn't even vote on one person paying for another person's subway fare. So that's basically what you're doing. You're substituting my payment, taking the train, for somebody else taking a car, or vice versa. And that's not the American way. We are not socialists. We are capitalists, but we are also living in the United States, not London. And that just isn't fair. If you've got to pay $10 to go down to Manhattan from Queens, that's your expense, not my expense. And substituting it isn't going to help me. And in reality, since this doesn't seem to be a very well planned out, what do you call it, pricing, that's not so good. It's just not well planned out. It's going to cause a lot of disruption. And the reality is that the price of everything will go up exponentially to the point where you can't live here anymore. Paying for an MTA program that is poorly thought out and just not realistic is well beyond what most people can endure or should endure. I may add that the governor lives upstate. She doesn't live downstate. And you gotta realize what reality is to people that have to work every day.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Leola Holmes, followed by Doug Hemrich.
Good evening. My name is Leola Holmes. I reside in Brooklyn. And I came because congestion pricing is really not going to be effective for New York City. And the reason why I'm saying that is because across the board, everyone will be affected by it. The prices are going to go up because you have the utility companies as well as the delivery companies, so everyone is going to pay somewhere down the line. We have congestion, well, how can I put it? The pollution is not only in Manhattan, it is in all 5 boroughs. I used to be an inspector for Department of Transportation, and what I have observed was that you took away all of the parking. Basically, you reduce all of the traveling in terms of how the cars go up the streets. We lost lanes. And where else should I'm a little nervous right now. But yeah, it's going to affect a lot of us. And so I don't know in terms of the economy how other states are going to also be affected by it. Because remember, things are transported in and transported out. And that's basically it. I should have brought my paper. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Doug Hemrich, followed by Douglas Crockett.
I'm a musician. I speak not only for all performers in this city, but for the millions of people who love to be entertained. Congestion pricing threatens to decimate the live performance scene. I don't know the exact percentage of performers, employees, and audience members who must drive to entertainment venues rather than take mass transit, but I assure you it's significant. Performers who have to drive to a show simply cannot afford to sacrifice $15 out of the gig money for a traffic toll. Same goes for employees. And the toll charge will keep many audience members home. Countless venues will be forced to close. Even Broadway theaters will see a damaging reduction in show attendance. Yes, there are music clubs in other parts of town, but Greenwich Village has been the heart of this city's music scene for generations. And Broadway is the heart of the world's theater scene. Music and theater are a huge part of this city's identity and a source of pride. Imagine a New York City with few or perhaps no Broadway shows, without Birdland Jazz Club, without the legendary clubs in Greenwich Village where countless musicians have launched their careers. What kind of antiseptic, soulless concrete slab would this city be? At the very least, if these tolls are implemented, I would implore you to have them be decreased or eliminated during evening hours so we can have so the arts scene can continue to thrive. The arts are not a frivolous, expendable part of society. Music and theater may not be necessary to sustain life, but it's the joy and beauty that art brings us that what we stay alive for. Don't take that from us.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Douglas Crockett, followed by Vincent Valmanis.
Hi, I'm Doug Crockett, and I'm against congestion pricing. When signing up to comment today, the website said the Tri-Borough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, doing business as MTA Bridge and Tunnel, will hold public hearings to solicit comments. Tri-Borough? Well, long ago I read The Power Broker by Robert Caro, and I've read the text of the Tri-Borough Act. When Robert Moses drafted the bills to create Tri-Borough, he made sure he retained power in the city by working loopholes into the legislation that made the bonds and the tolls essentially permanent, and that allowed the legislation to be written into the contracts for the bonds. Under the U.S. Constitution's Contracts Clause, the obligations of these contracts cannot be impaired, so the legislation allowing these essentially permanent bonds cannot be changed. In fact, the MTA's own paperwork about their bonds says, from time to time, legislation has been introduced by various state legislators seeking to restrict the level of tolls on certain MTA bridge and tunnel facilities, to require approval of future toll increases by the governor, or to eliminate minimum tolls. Under the MTA Bridge and Tunnel Act, however, the state has covenanted to holders of MTA Bridge and Tunnel bonds that it will not limit or alter the rights vested in MTA Bridge and Tunnel to establish and collect such charges and tolls as may be convenient or necessary to produce sufficient revenue to fulfill the terms of any agreements made with the holders of MTA bonds. The MTA brags about bridge and tunnel tolls being permanent and out of the reach of elected officials like the legislature and the governor. It's safe to assume congestion pricing will be the same. Eastside Access was 14 years late and at least $7.5 billion over budget. Phase 1 of the 2nd Avenue subway cost 8 to 12 times per mile more than similar subway projects around the world. Penn Station renovations, over budget. Omni rollout, behind schedule and over budget. The MTA says it doesn't have enough revenue. Gee, I wonder why. If the MTA wants money so badly, maybe it should fix longstanding issues like these and fare evasion, instead of forever shackling future generations of New Yorkers to tolls like congestion pricing for the benefit of the MTA bondholders. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Vincent Valmanis, followed by Christian Pilling.
Hi, my name is Vincent. I live in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I work in the congestion zone on 43rd Street, and I'm here to give testimony in support of congestion pricing. I am part of the 85% of New Yorkers who commute into the CBD on transit, and my neighborhood, many of my neighbors are here tonight, is heavily impacted by Manhattan-bound traffic. We have the BQE, we have McGinnis Boulevard, full of cars, mostly with one person in them, driving in and out of Manhattan. And we have the asthma rates and the pedestrian fatality body counts to show for it. Meanwhile, we have the G train. Some people feel it's a middle finger to commuters, but then you ride nearly any bus in the city and you realize everything is relative. And this situation is not the fault of the MTA workforce or, in fact, those in front of us tonight. This is a structural problem that needs a structural solution. Bus and train is life and blood, someone said earlier this evening, but the system has been starved of investment since really forever. We all experience it, signal failures every day, going to work, escalators that never work, particularly at Court Square, heading up to the 7 train platform, water dripping through the ceiling, junk in the turnstiles, someone said earlier, gilded toilets. I won't go on. We all know the issues. It's past time to fix this. We know what has to be done. We've been talking about it for years. The toll structure is based on evidence and planning and careful modeling. It's fair, it's equitable, it's pragmatic. The goal is to save us from a fiscal cliff. We need to get it done. It will pay our workforce to run the trains and buses, rebuild the system. We need to do it for cleaner air, safer streets. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Pilling, followed by Dennis Stewart.
Test, test. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Christian Pilling. I live by Flatbush Avenue Extension and the approach to the Manhattan and Brooklyn bridges in a building that's 50% affordable with 593 units and 0 parking spaces in downtown Brooklyn. I fully support congestion pricing with no exemptions or as few as possible. Me and the vast majority of my neighbors do not own cars, but we are surrounded on all sides by a plague of deadly driving, toxic fumes, and deafening noise because we live near a free shortcut to Manhattan and the Holland Tunnel. We fear for our lives every day due to the high and growing volume of aggressive drivers in our neighborhood, which has gotten observably worse in the last few years. For hire vehicles, the NYPD, and city employee placard abusers are some of the worst offenders and should absolutely not be given exemptions. Me and my neighbors don't want to die. We don't want to be hit by cars. We don't want our kids to get asthma, and we'd like our MTA options to improve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Stewart, followed by Saeed Islam.
Yeah, good evening. So, yeah, I'm Dennis Stewart. Before I say my piece, I just want to preface something. I was here since 8 o'clock, since 6 o'clock. This place was full. And I kept hearing the announcement that there's a whole overwhelming amount of speakers. This place should have been packed, and we should have been overflowing and out in the hallway. And the reason that's not happening is because the outreach to the public was not really adequate. This hearing should have been on the news constantly, on commercials, on the radio. Everyone should have known about this. I found out about this. I don't really watch the news. I watched the news last night and heard about this hearing. I said, okay, let me go to the hearing. Why haven't I heard about it before last night? I called about 15 people. Nobody heard about that the hearing was happening. It's almost as if, yeah, we're going to make it public, but you know what? A lot of people's not going to hear about it. But that's another story. Thing is, we have to think about human behavior. I walk, I ride my bike, use my car, use public transportation. I prefer to ride my bike, okay? But sometimes I have to go in the city. I have to go a distance. I have to go to Harlem, Bronx. So I use the streets with my car. If I try to take the FDR Drive, it is crowded. If I try to take the West Side Highway, it's crowded. I'm going through the city and get there faster. Other folks are going to do the same thing that I do. Now that you put the pricing in, instead of making that sacrifice to go through the city, I'll just wait on the West Side Highway and the FDR Drive and slowly make my way uptown. That's going to make more pollution. This plan has not been thought out.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Saeed Islam, followed by Juan Castillo. Saeed Islam. Okay. Juan Castillo. Eric. Oh, Juan.
I personally want to thank the MTA for hearing me out. I'm a Harlem resident. I live up above the 60th Street limit for the congestion pricing, and I agree with the congestion tolls. It is a must need for all projects. There are some pros and cons that about this project. The con is that although some drivers that come in from Queens, Brooklyn, and New Jersey will be told, what I'm hoping, does it affect the people that live in Manhattan above 60th Street? I'm looking to have Manhattan residents above 60th Street, as well as those from the Bronx, from Westchester, and those coming in from New Jersey via the George Washington Bridge, be excused and exempted from CBD tolling. The pros for the CBD tolling will help is projected to raise billions of dollars in revenue, which helps bring out new projects like the expansion of the 2nd Avenue subway up to 125th and 2nd Avenue, or maybe further west up to 125th to Lexington Avenue and Broadway. Also, as part of expansion, to introduce the second system to the subway, in which will connect the subway on the 4 boroughs to the Staten Island Railway at Staten Island. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eric Kelly, followed by Benji Lampel.
Good evening. I've been here since this morning. I'm a little bit different than others because I come with facts, not belief. I've heard several different arguments about congestion or pricing. Which one is it? Is it to make up your coffers, your MTA coffers, or is it to totally eliminate traffic? If you're trying to eliminate traffic, I can help you with that. Stevie Wonder could have pointed it out to Ray Charles. Your problem is you're congested. You're driving too close together. Have you ever played a game called Tetris? Ask your kids to show you that game when you go home tonight. All you have to do is to utilize that same theory of Tetris to create the paradigm of space. You're driving too close. Once the cars can merge, you totally eliminate traffic. Which is it? You want to eliminate traffic, or you're trying to make up your coffers? If you're trying to eliminate traffic, I got you. I have your solution. For less than $150 million, totally eliminate traffic. That's if this is not a farce. We're in a time of knowledge, not belief. When and where knowledge is present, belief is no longer necessary. We're in a time of facts, not belief. As I say, if you want to eliminate traffic, I got you. But if it's just to fill up your coffins, I can't help you, homie. You guys have a great night.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to ask that if you are registered to speak but still have your yellow card, if you can check in with Danny, raise your hand in the room and collect them so that we can make sure that you have an opportunity to speak. Our next speaker is Charles Riccardi. Charles Riccardi.
Hi, thank you for hearing us. Again, my name is Charles Ricciardi. I live in the Lower East Side with my wife, my 2 children, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law. We live in a small New York apartment. Things are very expensive. We're a middle-class family. I have a car. It's not a luxury. It's not fun. It's not some kind of frivolous thing. I work in New Jersey. My wife works at a school, works at a public school in New Jersey. My elderly mother lives in New Jersey. This is not something that I do and eat food and hang out in. It's very difficult. Like many people said before, I don't drive around Midtown Manhattan. I go, when I need to use it, I leave Manhattan and I come right, when I need to come back, I go right back and I park in front of my home as best as I can. You know, there are all different kinds of people that have been talking. And there are people who, it's great. You use the subway all the time. This doesn't affect you. That's wonderful. I used to be like that. In my 20s, I rollerbladed and I was doing everything. I only needed the subways. You know, life changes and people have different circumstances. And you can't just say, oh, just because the majority of New Yorkers think that this is great, then that 15% of people who have a car, who need a car, who rely on a car, we can do this, which is basically taking the Holland Tunnel fee and doubling it, and saying just do that for the good. You know, I don't hear one subway person say, you know what, the London plan is great. They charge $8.50 for a subway token. Let's do that. I haven't heard anyone step up and say that. That would actually fix and help do things, but no, that's not very popular. And the last thing I want to say about this plan, I know the law passed and everything, and I've been watching it as much as I can. No details were ever given out about this. It was just something about congestion. We all want the environment, but they never told us this is how they're going to solve it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Benji Lampel, followed by Daniel Miller.
We started the clock? All right, there we go. Hi, I'm Benji Lampel. I'm a resident of Greenpoint. I use every mode of transit that I can. I bike a lot, and it's really dangerous. I think a lot of that is due to vehicle traffic. And frankly, in my neighborhood, a lot of that is due to people driving into and then possibly through Manhattan. And I think congestion pricing is a really great thing. There's only a few ways that are actually proven out by facts to reduce driving, and one of those is making it more expensive. And the people that absolutely do have to drive will continue to drive, and as congestion goes down, it'll be more convenient for them. I think I'm more concerned about safety and the number of deaths in my neighborhood recently due to traffic collisions, and I'm hoping that that goes down as well. You know, frankly, I don't drive a lot. When I do get charged for plenty of tolls as I'm going in and out of the city. And you know, it's expensive. It's expensive to move around. I think that's just a bare fact of it. I don't think that, you know, raising the prices on people who have cars is a crime. I think, you know, what the speaker before was saying about raising the price of the subway. I'm a subway user. We should do that. It should be more expensive. You shouldn't have to run a deficit for decades. But, you know, it's... The hole has been dug, and the hole has been dug very deep, and it's hard to fill that in. And there's no way to fill that in without it being painful to everyone to some degree. And I think, you know, this is one of the things that in the short term will be a big pinch. And in a few years, people will forget that it was ever another way. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Miller, followed by James Burns.
Hi, my name is Dan Miller. I live in Astoria, and I'm lucky to be here. About a year ago, I was bicycling down Northern Boulevard on my way into work, which I do most days, and I was hit by a car. And the reason that I was hit by a car is, I mean, yeah, it was the guy was sort of at fault. He made a shitty left, but it wasn't really his fault because traffic on that stretch is awful. It backs up for a half mile or more from the Queensboro Bridge because too many people are trying to drive into Manhattan. So I would urge you, I would beg you, no exemptions, no discounts. Apply that toll as widely and as deep as you can because we need to reduce the number of cars that drive into Manhattan. It doesn't matter if the car that hits me is an Uber. It doesn't matter if the car that hits me is carrying a musician on his way to a gig. It doesn't matter what that car is because I'm just as dead or just as injured if no matter what's in that car. So please, please, no exemptions, no discounts, keep the toll broadly based and institute it as soon as possible. We've been waiting for years, and I really just want to thank you for all the work you've put in. I want to thank the state legislature for implementing this plan, and let's bring it home. Let's get it done.
Our next speaker is James Burns, followed by Rosalind Seal.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. I live in Brooklyn, lived there for 40 years, raised my daughters there with my wife, and we're very sensitive to issues related to the BQE and particularly the congestion around the promenade. It's been a disaster, frankly, since Mayor de Blasio closed one lane without any real planning for how that was going to divert traffic to streets and to basically nightmare backups going both directions on the BQE at all hours of the day and weekends. It just goes to show you that the danger of taking an action that will have unintended consequences. They all do, you just don't know which ones they are. For example, the fact that there's going to be no corridor to go from the outer boroughs, Brooklyn, Queens, into Jersey means that everybody's going to be going around unless they are willing to pay the toll and go through. That's going to increase congestion on the BQE along the promenade. It's going to increase congestion going around to the GWB. And if to the extent that this is any kind of thought that this program would be reducing CO2 and pollution, it's going to make it worse. It's going to move it from Manhattan to the outer boroughs. There's just no escaping it, and to north of 60th. So I think that was a mistake, and you ought to consider having some sort of corridor through Manhattan to the tunnels from the outer boroughs. Finally, zone parking. Haven't heard it discussed at all. Boston, DC, Philly, they all have it. People who are going to be driving to Manhattan, or would have, are now going to be driving to the outer boroughs, and they're going to be parking along the streets. It's already a nightmare trying to get parking there. It ought to be considered. Finally, I never heard anybody say about the Cross Harbor Freight Tunnel that really ought to be looked at.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rosalind Seal, followed by Michael Magazine.
Hi, I'm Rosalind Seal. I represent residents who live in the zone who also have cars. Yes, we do exist. For the past year, I've had so many family members constantly ask me if the residents of the zone will get an exemption, and I had faith that the powers that would be would do the right thing. I'm here today because I'm concerned that everyone has forgotten that the CBD is not just a business zone. There are many people who actually live there. Residents of the Rockaways and Broad Channel receive a 100% rebate on Cross Bay Bridge tolls. Staten Island residents get a significant discount on the Verrazano. But residents in the CBD only get a tax rebate if they make less than $60,000, and that's not even an immediate rebate. They have to wait until tax time. I personally fall below that $60,000 mark. I am an artist, I'm an actor, I'm a singer, I do gig work. So I am constantly looking for my next check. And I will not always have that money to wait for that rebate at the end of the year. There should be an instant rebate for everyone that is a legal resident of the zone. As other people have mentioned, other cities have significant discounts for people who are zone residents because people actually do live there. Also, like many residents in my neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen, I am often a reverse commuter, going to New Jersey or Westchester or beyond. So we are being charged to come back home, which is very unfair. And like many residents in the zone, I live in subsidized housing. I live in the famous Manhattan Plaza, the most famous artist housing probably in the whole world, 43rd and 9th. And because I live on 43rd and not 63rd, I'm going to be taxed. And that is very, very, very unfair. New Yorkers should never be taxed based off of where they live. And I really noticed tonight that there are a lot of people speaking who are in favor of this, who seem to just be, I don't know, white and privileged. Check your privilege. This is an equity issue. I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm a native New Yorker. Check your privilege. Not everyone can afford this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Magazine, followed by Sean Scott.
Good night. I am Michael Magazine. I'm Black. I'm youth. I'm an environmental advocate, a resident of East Flatbush, and an avid supporter and user of public transport. For much longer than I've been alive, New York City has had a reputation for congestion, car dependency, and pollution alongside underdeveloped public infrastructure, long before Uber and Lyft. The never-ending sound of car horns, the stench of car exhaust, bumper-to-bumper travel, and the cardinal sin of parking. Wherever the automobile mafia interacts with the people of this city, it tends to leave the people with the shorter end of the stick. And I'm fed up. I'm fed up with unending investment and priority given to the lifeless hulls we call cars, while the many living people who walk, bike, bus, or roll are left scraps. Congestion pricing doesn't just disincentivize unsustainable car usage, it incentivizes the options that New Yorkers want to take. And us low-income New Yorkers shouldn't be placed at the crux of arguments antithetical to sustainability and accessibility. Lower-income New Yorkers are burdened most by corporate price gouging and inflation hikes, the cost of gas, car insurance rates, cars themselves. Every aspect of car usage is the most expensive it's ever been. The hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of the original high cost to use cars is a result of systemic issues in our economy and infrastructure, not a $15 toll. The only solution is to jump ship from the never-ending financial pitfalls of cars to the proven life raft that this city pioneered in the world, which is public transportation. Exemption and congestion pricing present a false equivalence of a structural problem of car dependency and a lack of public infrastructure investment with the real concern of affordability on a personal level. Exemptions are supposed to be a sort of, oh, well, I have this little thing, so I'm not supposed to get it. Listen, you gotta understand, this is about cars, all cars. It doesn't matter if Eric Adams is driving it or the Bing Bong guy. We don't want cars on the road in the first place. This is a city of people, not cars.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sean Scott, followed by Sean Scott.
Good evening, and thank you for taking public comment this late. My name is Sean Scott. I live and work in the district. Echoing the series of dates mentioned tonight, I wanted to call out one more, which is the year 1954, which is the year when we gave away a ton of space for private free car storage. And finally, in 2019, we started to reverse that with the passage of congestion pricing. I support the fee schedule. I just make two requests. One, I encourage the board to develop a plan to increase the toll amount for and beyond the amount of inflation after this year so that congestion doesn't creep back over time. And two, in the spirit of the fare evasion comments mentioned earlier, I would also encourage frequent enforcement of obscured and missing plates. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Cruz on Zoom, followed by Gabriela Conclaves. We're done all.
Hello, good evening, and thank you all for staying here for so long. Now, I get what everyone is saying as those that are for congestion pricing, against congestion pricing, but the one thing that no one is referring to is that we're only here because of the mismanagement of the MTA. Already representatives around the city are arguing about what they're going to do with this money that congestion pricing is going to bring in. It's not about the environment. It's about a tax on us New Yorkers. I mean, all throughout the year, sales tax, payroll tax, all going to the MTA, and yet they're always short money. And no one is holding them responsible. So, side note, the city took lanes away from cars that were driving. Then they made the congestion and turned around and said it was a problem because there are too many cars, but you made the problem. Now, what I want to see, because this is going into effect, right? What I want to see is I want a ticker on 42nd Street that tells me every single penny that is going to the city through this congestion pricing. I want to know how much money you're getting so that you can't turn around and say, I need more. I want 2 billboards. I want to know all the projects that the MTA has available, open right now, and all the projects that the MTA has that they need to get done. You don't start a new project until the first one is finished. That's what I want to see. And then I want to freeze on all new projects until you finish a project, you put in another project until the old one is completed. So, what was I going to say? Now, 70 to 80% of the money that the MTA's budget goes to salary. By making sure that we keep the MTA on track, by giving us all the projects that the MTA has open and that they want to complete, you're going to be able to move your
Thank you
force,
for your
people.
comment.
Oh, let me finish.
No, I'm so sorry. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Gabriela Conclaves, followed by Danielle Vincino. Please begin. Please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry about that.
All good. Please start.
Hi there. My name is Gabriela Gonsalves. I am a teacher at MS 104 in Gramercy, and I've been with the DOE for 12 years. I used to rely on mass transit to get to work from my home in New Jersey, and for 10 of those years. However, over these last few years, an increased need in the needs of our school and our special education community that I serve, along with the steady attrition of teachers, has led to more demands on me as a special education provider, one of which is that I no longer have preparation periods because I'm using those periods to cover for a high number of students with special, with individualized education plans. And I'm also covering for teachers that are out and for vacant positions that have not been able to be filled. To make up for this time, I need to arrive at work an hour before, an hour that I'm not paid for, but in order to plan effective lessons for my students, I need to make it to work really early. And taking mass transit was becoming really unreliable during that time and unsafe in those early morning hours. So this led to my pivot to driving into the district. Although I do hear a lot of the people speaking, along with the information provided by the state and the MTA, that there is a need for improvement. I really hope, and I really wish that this would not negatively burden not only our public servants, but who are our greatest assets to our city, but the students that we serve, because I might not be able to provide the same level of care to my students with the added, burden of both this financially and the burden of going back to mass transit that's not meeting my needs.
Thank you for your comment. I just want to note that we are finished with all in-person speakers. You are certainly welcome to stay if you like, but we will be taking the rest of our virtual speakers. So if you are leaving, we have about 25 Zoom speakers left. So thank you for being here with us tonight. We are going to just be focusing on the remaining Zoom speakers. Our next speaker up is Danielle Vincino, followed by Billy Cohen.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen. As a healthcare worker who works in an emergency department and takes the 59th Street Bridge in and out of work, because of my long hours, that is the only way I can commute to work. We work 12, 13-hour shifts, and my shift specifically ends at 1 a.m. And unfortunately, right now, it's not safe for me to take the subway or a bus. I live in Nassau County. Driving is my only means of transportation to work. And I know I'm not the only healthcare worker that lives in an outer borough or Long Island or New Jersey that need to get to our hospital primarily by car. During COVID, we were your frontline responders. You gave us parking passes to park kind of wherever we needed to park because you needed us to help with the city during this crisis. And now you're telling us that none of us are going to be exempt with congestion pricing. How do you expect us to get home at noon or 1 a.m.? You're going to have a shortage in healthcare workers, or you're going to force us to leave jobs that we love, that we've been in. And then who's going to care for those that are needed? I just think it's being looked at very unfairly because you're asking us to pay thousands more dollars for in a city that you can barely survive to live in, that healthcare workers are living paycheck to paycheck in. And I think it really needs to be reconsidered. You've relied on us for how many years during COVID? And now you're telling us you have to pay this or you have to take a subway at 1 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Billy Cohen, followed by Victoria Hillstrom. Billy Cohen. Please begin. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, it wasn't showing up. Okay, I can support congestion pricing if it's smart and you really look at the causes of congestion. If you really want to solve congestion or use cars as a money-making machine, and you make it fair, and it's not done on the backs of the working class, low-income families, small businesses who absolutely need their cars, as you've heard so many, and they need their deliveries and are already struggling. This toll and this price of this toll will absolutely crush so many New Yorkers, and which is crushing New York itself. Make it fair to all residents. And maybe something like a fair tax might be to tax all cars registered in New York area according to owner's income and the value of the car, an annual tax as an income, and make all New York City residents extremely low, no fare or, and make the less, exempt all people living in the zone, exempt essential workers who can't afford to live in New York City and have to drive in and work all hours of the night, and can't always use transportation. And most importantly, reduce the fee, use congestion pricing during rush hours, like real rush hours, morning and the evening. And that's where you can have a reasonably high fee, and then reduce the fees to a much smaller amount and have it no fees overnight. So workers can, if they can use the overnight, then you'll have less cars. Your studies show that you have a false narrative that this is going to clean the air. Your studies already show that there's going to be more pollution in the adjacent areas and more congestion, and the areas are already suffering from high pollution. Provide alternatives. Have fleets of, maybe things that you could do right now that won't take a million years. Have fleets of electric minibuses that are accessible and that run constantly to all the transportation deserts in all the boroughs and take people to transportation hubs.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you so much for your comment. Our next speaker is Victoria Hillstrom, followed by Larry Gallegos. Victoria Hillstrom. Larry Gallegos. Larry Gallegos. Our next speaker is Consuela Hublau.
Hello?
Hi, Larry.
Hi, good evening.
Please begin.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Larry Gallegos, and I am the Public Policy Manager for New York at Lyft. I am a lifelong New Yorker and Queens resident. Lyft has long been a supporter of universal congestion pricing. Lyft understands the role it plays in the transportation ecosystem in the city of New York, which is why Lyft believes in transitioning away from private vehicle ownership and moving towards more sustainable options such as mass transit and rideshare. However, while Lyft is supportive of universal congestion pricing and the positive impacts it could have on our city, we firmly believe it must be done in an equitable way. Our industry has already been paying congestion fees since 2019 that has generated more than $1 billion in revenue for the MTA. It is important that the toll structure doesn't unfairly penalize rideshare users with a double assessment. At the very least, it should reduce the additional burden in the evenings in order not to not deter people from taking rideshare as an alternative to impaired driving or people trying to get safely home from work at night when public transit runs less frequently and who may live far away from the nearest stop. As it stands, a rider in New York City will pay about 20% of their fare in taxes and city and state imposed fees. Lyft's 2023 economic impact report showed that 62% of riders use the Lyft service to get to and from public transit. Our stats show that almost 50% of Lyft rides drop off outside of Manhattan between the hours of 9 p.m. through 8 a.m. New York's growing service industry typically operates outside of the usual 9-to-5 schedule, which forces employees to turn to rideshare as a way home when mass transit isn't as frequent. Lyft believes in paying its fair share towards improving our mass transit system, so much so that the FHVs and taxis have been the only industries paying a congestion pricing fee since 2019, raising almost $400 million in congestion pricing fees annually for the MTA. We respectfully request that the FHVs be included in the nighttime discount currently proposed for private vehicles. This ensures that some of the New York's most vulnerable communities have an affordable way of getting home in the evening. For far too long, communities were told, "I don't drive to the Bronx or Brooklyn or parts of Queens." Some of these people were nurses and service workers who just wanted to get home after a long day
Thank you
work.
for your comment. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Consuela Hublau, followed by Andrew Fine. Please begin. Andrew Fine.
Hello, this is Consuela Hublau. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Hi. Well, thank you for the opportunity to make my opposition to congestion pricing known. All New Yorkers want cleaner air and better transit, and most of us will or would use mass transit when possible, but it is not always available or suitable. Few, if any, people are joyriding around Manhattan in a car. Driving in Manhattan's Central Business District, and I just hate that term, it sounds like it's from the Soviet Union, is usually the best way to get around on a particular occasion. I use the subway all the time, buses all the time, but I also have to drive into Manhattan to bring my mobility challenged husband to doctor's appointments once a year. If we're lucky, we get to celebrate our anniversary by going to a show and dinner. What about family with little children or elderly parents? I used to come in with 3, 4, 5 kids. It just doesn't make sense to take the subway. And despite the data that the mayor's office and city government and NYPD put out, the subways are not that safe. I'm a senior citizen. I take the subway home 9 o'clock at night. My family can't stand it, but I cannot afford to drive in as it is. Forget if you have congestion pricing. And the worst part is this further removes middle-class New Yorkers from all the benefits the city has to offer. Only the rich and tourists can enjoy these now. Most importantly, it adversely affects that group. You're just driving middle-class working New Yorkers out. The poor get half fare, fair fares. The middle class bear this on their shoulders. Everybody should go on a general strike on April 15th to show their displeasure. You're driving middle-class New Yorkers out of the city. We cannot enjoy the city. Give us some credit for knowing when to drive.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andrew Fine, followed by anonymous speaker 126. Andrew Fine.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Fantastic. Thank you. Andrew Fine from the New Yorkers Against Congestion Pricing Tax. For more info about us, stopcongestionpricing.com. We are in a lawsuit against the MTA demanding an environmental impact statement because this current scheme is based on 2019 statistics, which are obviously completely out of the course of reality right now. The MTA is crying that they can't continue capital projects because they don't have $1 billion a year to pay for $15 billion additional debt. This is an MTA that has over $42 billion in debt, pays $3 billion a year to service their debt, which has tripled between 2000 and 2020. This MTA has spent $75 billion over 4 years. They blow nearly $1.4 billion per year in overtime. They even blew $1.1 billion in 2020 during COVID when nobody was riding the train. They lose at least $700 million per year in fare evasion and toll evasion if you trust their accounting, which is obviously not very good. An MTA that is burning through $15 billion in COVID funds like butter, and an MTA that since 2019 has seen an increase in the payroll mobility tax in excess of $1 billion per year and looks to reap billions from casinos that nobody even wants. So the MTA can cry me a river, and most importantly, they can look in the mirror. The environmental argument is bogus. If they really cared about pollution, they would have discounts for carpools, electrics, hybrids. But the MTA is full of it. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Anonymous 126, followed by Joel Freed.
Hi. I just want to mention, I wanted to initially speak about people with disabilities. I live outside of New York City in a close suburb, and I used to always take public transportation. But unfortunately, I developed health issues a few years ago and can't take public transportation anymore. And I really hope that the disability exemption includes people with handicap placards outside of New York City. The second thing, I actually just want to say two things. That was the first thing. The second thing I want to say is that I want to address the folks who spoke about in favor of the toll. You heard from disabled people, you heard from an elderly widow, you heard from artists, you heard from business owners, you heard from so many people who are really going to struggle and suffer from this toll. And I just really ask you to take a moment and think about those people who are going to suffer. I am also for the environment and for all the things that you all are for too, but this is the way it's happening, the way it's going down, it's just not the right way. And people are really going to suffer from this. So I just ask you to have some sympathy for the people who are going to suffer. Look at them, really understand their circumstances, and please have some sympathy for the people, for your citizens, for your neighbors, and the people who are really going to suffer from this. So that's all I really want to say. And I really hope that this could be done in a better way, and that the people who are really going to suffer from this are going to be heard and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joel Freed, followed by Kathy Latour Weiner. Kathy Latour Weiner.
Hello?
Yes, hi. Kathy?
Yes.
Please begin.
I am an Upper West Sider. I live just north of the CBD. And I am terrified of what this plan is going to do to my neighborhood and the cost that it's going to unfairly foist on me when I have to go take care of my 93-year-old mother who lives in Queens. I urge the board to really reconsider the rollout of this plan, which seems to me very excessive, draconian, and very broad. You guys don't have a plan to phase in any of your tolling or your taxation, because frankly, that's what it is. Instead, there's this broad brush application of these very high. I heard someone in the introduction say that this was a low fee. $15 a day is not a low fee for your average New Yorker. I don't understand the arbitrariness of your plan. Who decided that 60th Street was going to be the boundary for the CBD? If you want to make Manhattan Borough a pedestrian-only zone, then say so. Be honest and transparent with the people of New York. If you want to apply this plan in a more just way, then make all of Manhattan the CBD. Of course, there's the central word in CBD, which would imply that your district would be delineated somewhere in the center of Manhattan and not just from 60th Street all the way downtown. I drove on Sunday, and I can tell you the sources of congestion are commercial trucks and
Thank you for your comment.
traffic.
Thank you so much for your comment. Our next speaker is Megan Wiley, followed by Verna Saunders. Megan?
Hi, everyone. Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the New York Building Congress. The New York Building Congress represents 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals. And on behalf of this diverse coalition, we want to share a perspective on the need for congestion pricing, swift implementation, as well as full funding for the MTA in this year's New York State FY 2025 budget. After years of debate and delays, we are closer than ever before to enacting a congestion pricing plan proposal that can help us reinvest in our transit system and keep New York City moving towards a stronger, fairer future. Now more than ever, it is clear that the only way we can create safer streets, improved infrastructure, and a better transit system that can serve New Yorkers for generations to come is through congestion pricing. Congestion pricing is a key step forward that will provide the MTA with more than $15 billion to complete much needed transit upgrades and construction projects, like phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway. And with 50% of the MTA capital funding on the line, we cannot afford to wait years for fruitless lawsuits to play out. We need to unlock this critical investment now. The New York Building Congress is proud of the work that many of our members, from construction unions to contractors, did on phase 1 of the 2nd Avenue subway. And we're eager to get shovels in the ground once again on a project that can transform transit deserts into a vibrant transit-oriented district and move New York City into the future. We urge New Yorkers from across the state and job sectors to come together to embrace congestion pricing rather than standing in the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Stanley Dorsonville, followed by Newell Schoon. Stanley Dorsonville.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, good evening. Thank you for allowing this to happen tonight. I wanted to share some things that do concern me. So I am a progressive who volunteered for 3 years to research green technology. And there are a multitude of different ways that we could address pollution, especially for those who are concerned who live in Greenpoint. We could build vertical farms to absorb the pollution. We could find ways to alleviate that concern. Also, I do want for my wife who rides a bicycle to ride safely. However, the execution of the congestion pricing is the issue. One, pitting bikes versus cars, it's just not a good idea. Also, I find it quite interesting that, like myself, many of the Black and brown folks who don't earn a large salary have voiced opinions in opposition to this. So I think there is something to be said about that as well. When it comes to the $15, can we consider possibly, if we're going to do this, that there is a commitment to not raise subway fees for the next 10 to 15 years, regardless of inflation. And then something to consider is that for those who are ordering Uber Eats to order their groceries, please understand that you need a card, a person with a car to deliver 64 bottles of water to your apartment.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Newell Schoon, followed by Lee Berman.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. My name is Newell Schoon. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Coach USA's East Region. Been with the company a long time, started off as an operator. So a lot of this is near and dear to me in terms of what I've experienced in my career. But, just by way of background, Coach USA operates service every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we provide commuter, charter, and scheduled services to hundreds of thousands of individuals, thereby removing hundreds of thousands of cars, potentially, off the streets of Manhattan. Annually, we remove 9 to 12 million cars to that respect. Our megabus operation, which currently would not be exempted, has 196 trips daily, serving 4 stops in Manhattan. From those stops, our buses transport passengers to various points within New York, New Jersey, and beyond. It's a vital service for the residents of New York and outside of New York, and it provides affordable transportation to students, families, and many who cannot afford other modes of transportation. By providing exemptions to our charter and scheduled bus service, such as Megabus, Coach USA can maintain its commitment to offering the most cost-effective transportation option to the Central Business District with fares sometimes as low as $1. Just before I segue into my closing points, I would like to mention that, the bus lanes that are currently in the city are, something that need to be expanded and need to be enforced, to make, this plan really work in terms of the grand effect of it. We've heard several comments about slow bus traffic within the city, and it's no difference getting into the city. So as part of this plan, we definitely need to, make further improvements on the infrastructure as it relates to, rapid bus transit lanes within the city and also getting into New York City. And I think I may cover my points. Thanks again.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lee Berman, followed by Conrad Walker.
Berman, Democratic District Leader from the Lower East Side, a lifelong Lower East Side resident representing those who live in the central residential zone, where we don't have the luxury to just pick up and move if we can't afford this regressive new tax on the working middle class. Michelle Elisa Go, Richie Henderson, Wanzu Shi, Su Yang, these are just a few of the working middle class strap hangers who were pushed onto the tracks, shot, or otherwise killed or brutalized recently by turnstile jumpers who, according to the MTA's own numbers, stole more than $700 million last year alone. Yet you expect us, the hardworking middle class and low-income residents of the central residential district, to pay this ridiculous tax for your incompetence. We, the hardworking middle class who live paycheck to paycheck, on whose back this new regressive tax will be borne, and whose everyday goods and services will increase in price, say enough is enough. The MTA has for decades shown that it is a fiscal bottomless pit, squandering billions of our tax dollars with no internal fiscal oversight and certainly no oversight or audit from Albany or DC. The MTA's own environmental study states that the mostly Black and brown and poor in my community An environmental justice community along the FDR Drive from the Brooklyn Bridge to East 10th Street will suffer an increase in pollution of 26%. And yet you proudly tell us that your finding of no significant impact says we should be grateful for congestion pricing and that we are not significant. We are significant, and we will remember who sold us out. We will remember who stood with us demanding repeal of congestion pricing and a complete exemption for all residential zone residents as well as an EIS, and who did not. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Conrad Walker, followed by Lori Mayring. Our next speaker is Lori Mayring, followed by Elise Leibowitz. Lori Mayring. Elise. Yes. Hi. Lori?
Yes, that was a little confusing trying to log on. So my comment is that it's always there are lots of emotionally charged arguments for every position, and emotion is a very bad basis for public policy. You know, I've been listening on this meeting closely since 6 p.m. and already we've heard a lot of grandma needs to get to her treatments at Sloan Kettering, and that's very important to grandma. But, you know, unfortunately, the health of everyone on the entire planet has to take priority. And Americans have a terrible addiction to cars. You know, if this is a tax, well, okay, people objected to cigarette taxes too, but cigarette taxes have cut down on smoking. I'm a visiting nurse. I only work in Manhattan now, so I don't currently own a car. When this law first passed, I was working in the Bronx and I did own a car. And I was worried that people would park in Washington Heights where I live. But even then, I still supported this law because it would cause me a little bit more difficulty. But I really understand how important this is. And I'm not a NIMBY. I'm willing to put up with a little bit of difficulty for the health of our entire planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elise Leibowitz, followed by Peter Redder. Elise Leibowitz. Peter Redder.
Is that it?
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Is this Elise?
This is Elise Leibowitz, yes.
Great. Please
Hi.
begin.
Okay. Thank you for having me tonight speak. My name is Elise Leibowitz, and I live in Manhattan, and I am against congestion pricing in general. One of the things I think we'll point out is that the city in part created the problem, I should say exasperated the problem. They took away Broadway, then they changed the avenues like 8th Avenue and 9th Avenue, for example, where they made bicycle lanes, and then they have cement barriers that extend maybe 3 feet, and then they created a new parking lane. And these are only some of the examples that started exasperating the entire problem recently. On top of that, we had the sidewalk sheds, which still remain partly when COVID happened. If congestion pricing is going to go through, then I advocate strongly that the people who live in the district and the zone should be exempt. That's what they did in London. They are 90% exempt in London. A couple of people tonight spoke about that, and that should strongly be implemented as part of the plan. Another thing is fare jumping and evading paying the tolls, the subway fare and the bus fare. In July of 2023, Fox News said that the MTA lost last year $690 million. I'll repeat that number, $690 million to people who evaded paying the fare for the subway and buses. The MTA and New York City should go after the fare evaders, and that will make up a large amount of the money that you will lose in if there is no congestion pricing. And that's where the solution should lie. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Vipul Sharma, followed by Doug O'Malley. Vipul? Vipul Sharma. All right, we are moving on. Doug O'Malley.
Hey, hey guys, this is Vipul Sharma. Did that part work?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Hey everyone, thanks for this opportunity to provide feedback on the plan. My name is Vipul Sharma. I'm an 11-year resident of Queens. My concern is pretty specific. I'm probably in a small segment of people, but others have raised this similar concern. Another gentleman pointed out that the process for switching between the various tunnels and certain bridges does not seem to have been thought out so well. I'm one of the many New Yorkers who does a reverse commute between New York City and New Jersey via the FDR, and that requires me crossing the 59th Street Bridge. In order for me to travel between the 59th Street Bridge and FDR Drive, I have no choice but to enter the, CBD for one block. So, it'd be nice if there was consideration given in some form based on the fact that, if you're passing through, you're not actually contributing to these. And, others in their recent comments have pointed out, I drive regularly through the city for a variety of reasons. The majority of the traffic, especially on the main arteries, it's being caused by the Ubers that double park in traffic, waiting for the rides. When you honk, then they give you the finger. It's being caused by the UPS and FedEx drivers who just double park because they have nowhere else to park. So a lot of it, it's our own creation, but we need to do a much better job of enforcing existing laws rather than just throwing on, what clearly many have pointed out, and it seems to be bearing out in today's, public hearing. This really just is a money grab because, we haven't fixed other, systemic issues. We can't just throw in another $15 toll and expect people to just take it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Doug O'Malley, followed by Leslie Schatzer. Doug O'Malley.
All right. Few and the proud here at this point. My name is Doug O'Malley. I serve as the Director of Environment New Jersey. We represent more than 80,000 members and activists across the Garden State. I listened to the full hearing on Thursday night. Did not get a chance to testify, so thank you for providing this virtual option. We are proud to support the MTA congestion pricing plan. I also will note 34 diverse New Jersey organizations led by Empower New Jersey joined an amicus brief supporting the MTA plan. And I want to thank you on the MTA board and all the members who have listened to all this testimony over the last couple of nights. Keep wearing your flak jackets. As the former Yankee catcher and manager of our beloved Metropolitans, Yogi Berra always said, it's so crowded that no one goes there anymore. Unfortunately, last year, MTA said the traffic volume set an all-time record, over 87 years of record keeping for traffic. So literally, we have a market failure for traffic in Midtown and downtown Manhattan. This is a regional crisis right now for transportation and for mass transit. And I say regional because this is not escape from New York. No one is Kurt Russell. There's no wall in the middle of the Hudson. And more than 80% of New Jersey commuters into Midtown and downtown Manhattan use MTA subways and buses. The MTA expects there'll be a 20% decrease in downtown traffic. That will eliminate more than 140,000 vehicles, and that will help the 200,000 New Jerseyans that use public transit daily. The public benefits are huge. Congestion pricing in Stockholm saw asthma reduced by 50%. We will see air pollution reduced in New Jersey. I will say, finally, the plan is it perfect? No, there could be a GW credit. We obviously want to get rid of toll shopping. We want to see money for New Jersey Transit. We want to see exemption for private bus carriers. I will just end my testimony by saying that this is personal. My given name is Malcolm. My 8-year-old son, Malcolm, was listening earlier tonight. My own namesake was killed on a sidewalk in New York
Thank you
by a
so
car
much
15
for your
years ago
comment.
last night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Cohen. Jason Cohen.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Hi, I'm Jason Cohen. I am a commuter of, MTA. I live in Staten Island, and I'm a CCNY alum, so I relied on MTA a lot. And I'm against congestion pricing completely. I believe that this is an anti-worker tax. It is just an example of class warfare. And as a history student, I can say that, John Lindsay and Michael Bloomberg both have two main things in common. During their mayoral candidacies, they were both anti-worker and racist in their policy makings. I would argue that the MTA instead should be pushing for a tax on the billionaires, or billionaires live in New York City alone, or federal government to tax Wall Street, and to, instead of using our taxpayer money to support military occupations abroad, maybe we should get some money instead to focus on, funding the MTA and bettering infrastructure. If you really want people to stop using cars, we need more reliable trains. I cannot tell you how many times I was waiting for the 20 minutes coming down from City College to go home. It was ridiculous. And it's not the workers' fault, it's the MTA's fault. And I would just say in the end that this congestion tax is just, it's just remodeling the racial capitalist order, which is the cause of the climate crisis. You need to be structural in dealing with the climate crisis. And lastly, the fare evaders, I'm talking about, that's a symptom of the unaffordability of the MTA. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much.
comment. So please note, if you have registered to speak for tonight's hearing but have not heard your name, please raise your hand and put your name in the chat so that we can call on you. So again, if you have registered to speak for tonight's hearing but did not hear your name, please put your name in the chat so that we can call on you. Likewise, if you have spoken at a previous hearing, you can stay on the Zoom and we will record your comment. So if you have spoken at a previous hearing, you are able to still give comment tonight. We will just record it if you want to stay on the Zoom. So please indicate if you are a previous hearing speaker and would like to stay on and have your comment recorded. We'll give folks about 2 minutes. Again, if this is your first time registered to speak tonight for tonight's hearing, but you have not heard your name, please put your name in the chat so that we can give you the opportunity to be heard. Likewise, if you have spoken at a previous hearing, we will record your comment if that is something that you are open to. We'll give folks about 2 minutes to make their decision. Thank you. One more time, if you have registered to speak for tonight's hearing and you have not previously spoken at one of our hearings, please put your information in the chat so that we can call on you if you would still like to speak. Our next speaker is Peter Ryder, followed by George Coffer. Peter Ryder. All right, Peter, we're gonna circle back. George Coffer. George Coffer. George, are you there?
Yeah, I just got promoted to panelist.
Excellent. Please begin your comment.
Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. I am a New Jersey resident living in Newark. I do not own a car, nor have I ever. And generally speaking, I'm supportive of the idea of charging cars and using that money to fund mass transit. However, there's two big issues that I have with this plan. The first issue is that intercity buses are going to be are going to be charged a fee. And to me, any service whatsoever that is open to the public and provides transportation is by definition public transportation. And if the whole point of this program is to encourage people to take public transportation, then forms of public transportation should be exempt from the toll. So that includes, there's one of the things is that there's many parts of this region, for example, Kingston, New York, Hartford, Connecticut, Easton, Pennsylvania, Willingboro, New Jersey, even, commuters from Philadelphia and everything like that. Those, are not served by subsidized routes, but they do have commuters coming in on a regular basis, and they do not have, commuter rail service or commuter bus service. So the other thing is that none of this money is going to go towards New Jersey Transit. So even though about 20% of the people coming in are going to pay, are going to be New Jersey from the Jersey crossings, they're not going to give money to New Jersey Transit to improve service, to make it better, to easier to get in. So for example, out in my neighborhood in Newark, the light rail comes every 20 minutes Saturday, 25 minutes on Sunday. The path is every 20 minutes, and yet nothing's going to the Port Authority, nothing's going to the thing. And I don't mind the cost, but the money should be distributed according to congestion and the source of the money. So those are my two big things: intercity buses and the exact distribution to the different transit authorities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eric Marzoff. Eric Marzoff.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, please begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know you have had a very long evening, so let me get straight to the point. We need fewer cars on the road to ensure faster buses, cleaner air, and safer streets for pedestrians and cyclists. Therefore, I support the tolling structure proposed by the Traffic Mobility Review Board, including the additional exemption for transit buses and specialized government vehicles. These exemptions are reasonable. There should be no additional exemption. Each new exemption would limit the effectiveness of the program and lead to higher tolls for everybody. Furthermore, there should be zero tolerance for toll evasion, and both the MTA and the city must take necessary measures to address this issue, including by increasing the penalty associated with toll evasion. In closing, please implement the program without further delay, because we have been waiting for way too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Parker, followed by Conrad Walker. Henry Parker.
Parker. I'm a public school student, and I'm here to express my opposition against the proposed congestion pricing policy. According to recent data, nearly 45% of New York City households are considered low income or working class, and those families already face significant financial burdens. Implementing congestion pricing could cost the average New Yorker an additional $15 per day, which would pose considerable strain on families struggling to afford basic necessities. Conducted in cities like London and Stockholm, where congestion pricing has been in place for years, shows that initial reduction of traffic congestions is also short-lived. After the initial decrease, traffic levels gradually return to pre-congestion pricing levels within a few years. Small businesses, which make up many businesses in New York City, heavily rely on delivery service for their operations. Charging over $36 could impact every single price. The anticipated increase of delivery costs due to congestion pricing could lead to a projected loss of over 50,000 jobs in the city's small businesses. While congestion pricing aims to reduce pollution, studies suggest that it may make a less significant impact than anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for the evening is Conrad Walker. Conrad Walker.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's time that New York State and New York City stop using motorists as their personal piggy bank to bail out the MTA every time they have a financial crisis brought about by their own indiscretions. Congestion in New York City was created by city government who use every motor vehicle related issue to conveniently dig into motorists' pockets instead of enforcing the motor vehicle operating rules and pedestrian rules and cyclist rules. Had motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists been held accountable to rules already in existence, there would not be any need for bus route lanes and cycle lanes. And had pedestrians followed the rules and crossed the streets on the walk sign, we would not have to reduce the speed limit to 30 miles, from 30 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. Also, years ago, we had New York City owned and operated parking places that no longer exist and are now multiple dwelling and office buildings. The MTA's financial problems are its own creation and well known to New York City and New York State government officials and representatives who refuse to make MTA trim their top-heavy administrative unproductive staff and to rid themselves of unproductive employees who fail to give the MTA full 8 hours of productive work. Additionally, pilfering by MTA employees contribute to losses sustained by MTA, but no one seems to care. Already, MTA gets a large portion of the toll collections, and now you are giving them another source of funding.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. So just to note, again, if you are a previous speaker from a hearing, please be on standby and a member of our IT staff will record your comment. But as of right now, we have reached the end of this evening's public hearing. Thank you to all members of the public for joining us this evening. As a final reminder, in addition to the virtual public hearings, there are several other ways you can provide comments on the proposed toll rate schedule through March 11th, 2024. We encourage the public to comment via the CBD-TP website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info. You may also email comments to cbdtp.feedback@mtabt.org. Send them via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or by calling 646-252-7440. The time is now 11 p.m. This concludes our hearing. Thank you all again for your participation and good evening.